Here we are. So we've got our path plugged in. You can see there's some issues with the it's kind of doubling back like this. So we just need to figure out what's going on there. And the issue is in this this loop down here. We're going to be working on the the A star a little bit. And see what we can see here. Okay. Ah, I see the problem. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah, it's a new 30-day thing. So you could call it a 30-day gem. We're trying to do one mission in the style of G Police. It's going to be very bare bones, though. Right now, we're trying to get like a simple traffic system going, which might be overkill. Okay. I think I see the problem. We've got pathfinding going, but there's a little bit of jank to it, so we're just trying to adjust some things, figure it out. Eventually I will overcame, but right now I'm sort of gray boxing it with a bunch of Kinney assets. So like I just have, you know, there's going to be like, I'm just using someone else's assets to just kind of get the systems going. And then the plan is I'm going to use something like Blockbench to do the sprites in. So it's going to have a low poly vibe to it, but I'm not going for like PS1 low poly feel, you know? Maybe it's more like PS1 on an emulator. 90s PC low poly, I guess. Maybe. And that's just because of I do want to do the art for this. I'm excited to maybe try and do something. So I'm imagining, you know, Mega City, Blade Runner, you know, Blade Runner Los Angeles, Ghost in the Shell, Akira, cityscapes like that. I would like to have daytime, which I feel like isn't really done in this genre. Perpetual night is kind of the thing. So our problem is that we're keeping, okay, so what we could do is what we could do if we appended the point index in an array with an empty array, and that was just our, basically if we keep track of, see, no, this isn't gonna work either. I guess it'd have to go both ways. We could do that. So I'm just gonna eliminate the doubling. We're connecting 2 points together from A to B, and then we're connecting them back together the other way. This may be contributing to some of the problems. We want there to be a flow to it. We'll use the 0 index. Yeah, that's messed up. Presently, it should be negative Z for forward movement. I think the models from Kinney are screwed up for that though. So like right now, I believe this is screwed up. Like if I do path follow on here, yeah, see, this is backwards. So we got to fix that. Also, the I have some padding on the fire truck. I've got a a little bit of a collision space on it, and that's for other reasons. Just sit down and have fun, damn it! Paul and Hobbs, thanks for the follow. We need to have the the center point of this object be right here. But right now it's actually in the size of the it's not on the right point. So like if it moves, none of this is right now. We're getting there. But like you can see, look at that. And also we're not building in the curves yet. If you look here, you'll see there's no curve. These are just straight lines. So we're going to get all that going. That's not my main concern right now. And actually just these points being the way they are is kind of okay. And I could kind of move on to just getting multiple vehicles on the road, which is maybe what I'll skip over to for now. But I do want to try to prevent duplicate points from being added. So I'm going to try and get that going. So this should be the same right now if I close and reopen this. Yeah, okay. So now what we want to do is when we add a connection in this array here, we're just going to say, hey, we made a connection to that thing already. Yeah, so we're using A star to build the points out. So I've got that going. That's what this does here. This is a function that creates the points for the A star. So each road in the grid map, we have, so on this grid map here, if I pick a 4-point road, it creates, Nithir. I can always tell it's Nithir. So in this one we have 4 points because it's a four-way intersection. And then this one here is a 3-point road, right? It's a 3-way intersection. So 1, 2, 3. So those are creating the points for A star. So right now the points are a little wonky, the ones I'm connecting together in my code programmatically. So I'm trying to fix that up. And then a straight road or a bended road will have 2 points, right? So anyways, so when you lay the roads out, we bake the path, the possible you're a 3-point intersection. So we bake the A star like paths ahead of time, right? We get it all in, and then what we're gonna do, the plan for the game is from the A star we're gonna be like, hey, we want a vehicle to start out of this like garage and then go over here to this other thing. And then it'll just bake a path 3D for us already, all said and done. And then we just have it follow that path. We have a little collision area in front of the vehicle. And if it collides with the stoplight, basically, if the stoplight is, you know, on or whatever, then we tell it to stop traveling the path, like take a break, wait for that object to leave its collision area, and then once it does, okay, keep going. So that's how we're just gonna, for pretty cheap, create traffic flow. Cul-de-sacs. No cul-de-sacs. That's rich people shit. I guess cul-de-sacs isn't really rich people, but I always considered it like, damn, they live on a cul-de-sac. They got it made. Anyways, so yeah, I'm just trying to write roundabouts. I like roundabouts. They're fun. Roundabouts are a real intelligence test, I feel like. If you struggle for that, I'm asking for your mom. Well, kinda. I mean, we could kinda make a roundabout. We could do something like this. We could go, oops. Oh, maybe not. I don't know that we could. No, because we don't have, well, if we made them, wait. I think we might be able to, kind of. Not really. No. Let's say, we could do something like this is the closest we could do for a roundabout for now. Jacob, how's it going? This is the closest we have to a roundabout. Stacking interchange. Damn it. Nathir is has the road equivalent of being a train person. Nathir's done some sort of engineering, something in college. Let's just use a dictionary for this part. That'll make it easy. Anybody watching the VOD is like, why is he dancing? What's he dancing to? Okay. There we go. Please be rational. God damn it. So it's not that. So it has nothing to do with that. It's the curves. It's the damn curves. Nasir? Here's my guess. Very sharp, much hurt. Jacob's being silly right now. He's being silly. He's being so silly. We're gonna try this. I bet this is it. But we got this backwards. Ooh. For that. All right, I didn't know. Ah! We got it. Fixed it. Sweet. Okay. That didn't take too long. How many minutes was that? 30 minutes. Slow and steady. The tortoise wins the something. I don't know. Follow. Okay, so there we go. Okay, let's look at our vehicles really quick. See if we can fix the center point on these things real quick. So here's our wambulance. Let's bring in a wambulance. Open up a new inherited scene. Wambulance. So our center point is here. Why is it not following that on the... Something to do with the collision shape. Now, collision shape actually needs to be inside of a shape. Collision... what the hell's it called? Or a static body, that kind of thing. So physics body.
You okay, Gus?
You're okay, Gus. Did you know there were 5 Ninja Turtles originally? I didn't. Like we're getting set up for a joke here. If I do a static body and I move it around myself... A physics body that can't be moved by external forces. When moved manually, it doesn't affect other bodies in its path. Is that what we want? Rigid body. I think we're going to go static body. So we would put it in here like this. Yeah, we'll let us do that. So let's make a static body. We'll throw the collision shape inside there. Call it a day. So now we need to fix our import script here. Oh, Nathir. Aw, dude, Jacob. Oh man, that's got to be a little bit of a... That's like, oh man. I feel that. I feel that. Well, you still have them. How are they doing? Do you know how they're doing? I took Calvin on a big long walk today. He is a different dog right now on the walks. And it's a little difficult because of the incidents that he's had. And another dog charged us. Another dog charged us and I yelled at it. I was like, get out of here. I've never done that before. And that was a mistake because then Calvin's like, yeah, man, get out of here. Calvin's dead silent when these dogs attack him. And now he's like, oh. And I'm like, no, I yell, you don't. Like, so I'll never do that again. So he definitely takes my lead. So we'll leave the ambulance and port, and then we'll re-import everything. Ambulance and all the rest of this stuff. There we go. So now the static body is inside. So let's check city here and see if this affects the movement of the fire truck at all on the path follow. No. It's still taking the front. So we need to move the origin. This is so weird. Rotation scale. Position rotation. How do we change the origin? Is it the offset? No. Although that's how we do two roads. Fuck yeah, we'll be able to do that, no problem. That's easy. Okay, we accidentally discovered that. It was a different dog. It was a terrier. And he came charging, and then he did like a soccer foul where he came charging at us and then rolled away and like rolled on the ground and then ran off like Calvin had attacked him. So it was like totally a totally a soccer foul. It was pretty funny. He's like, "Oh, you got me!" It's like Calvin's like, "What's going on?" Not hearing anything, so it seems to be going good. Doing dog boarding, trying to be able to travel again. So I need someone to watch overnight and etc. It's 4 hours today as we ease into it. I had a big dog try and grab my whole hand in its mouth. It was in there for like a millisecond. I was like, "WTF?" Yeah, Cal's a German Shepherd. Just on the street. My dog's mouths hands as he plays. I fought it forever, but it's just what he does. Never have a bite, at least. Yeah. Calvin, yeah, it's just the thing they do. And he'll just like put his hand in your mouth, or his mouth in on your arm, my arm, and he's not like biting it. He's just like, he's got it there. And he's like, "I got you." He's like, "I love you. This is the way I hug you." And then you get a big sloppy wet arm. He's actually not doing it as much as he gets older, though. Like Calvin eat the terrier. No dog on dog violence. That's what they want from us. That's what Calvin was telling me. He's like, that's what they want, Papa. It's like, oh, okay. Don't you know? No, I don't. What is this negative 0.3? What is all that? Oh, that's the okay. Oops. There we go. Look at that, boys. Okay, so we don't have the curves yet, but we have All right. Should we try to get some traffic going? I'm frozen. Why am I frozen? Why am I frozen? Take out his enemies. We carried dog pepper spray after someone lost control of their pit and attacked Jasper last year. Luckily, Jasper is more scrappy than I expected. Well, Jasper's the black-haired one. Because yeah, the long hair probably helped a lot to prevent like a good clamp. I imagine if the dog has shorter hair with a pit, they're gonna get a better grasp on him. That was so funny when you sent those pictures, and I was like, "Is that dog real oily, real greasy?" And Second's like, that's a wild question. And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, yeah, no, yeah. My wife had a dog that had hair like that, and it was super greasy. Like, you love it, and your hands get covered in like dirt sometimes. If they're outside and you're like petting them, you're just like, oh, I really got to wash my hands now. And like, yeah, stinky, little stinky, and just like, but it's not like that makes them a bad dog or anything. It's just who they are. Did you know poodles don't shed? I don't buy any of that bullshit. That's horse shit. Dogs shed. Anytime's been like, oh, this is a hyperallergenic animal. It's like, get fucked. There's no magic dog. That hair's got to come off sometime, Nathir. You're telling me from the day that poodle is born, all the hair that it has, and all the hair that they have just stays on them their whole life. How do they grow any new hair? And why does it end up 10 feet long, Nathir? Huh? It has to go somewhere. Where does it go? It's got to go somewhere. You shave it, but then the hair grows back. So I question you, sir. Good sir. At some point... I'm totally kidding. Yeah, we try and keep ahead of it, but yeah, he greasy. We actually did a DNA test, so we're gonna find out if your lead is correct. Okay, cool. That'll help you like distinguish personality traits too, and like maybe, you know, if there's like behavior stuff, like you can be like, oh, I'll just approach it like this or whatever. But yeah, it's definitely, I think it's a collie, some sort of collie mix. All right. All right, so let's go ahead and let's kind of build like a mock city real quick, okay? We've got our roads. Let's get some buildings in here. This is gonna look like shit. We need some sort of surface too. We don't have any light sources though right now, so we're gonna have to still do daytime. Can we get tall? Building a skyscraper. For the city design, I'm really gonna need to look into like actual cities. I'll tell you that.
You okay, guys?
I'm dying. Okay. Thank you. Sticks, what's up? It's great. Your contributions are fantastic. Just the right edge of like clean, but also maybe not. Just a little bit. How you doing, Sticks? How's dev life treating you? No. Incorrect, Nathir. Crap, this is gonna ruin my suggestions for a while. Way to go, Cricket. Working at that studio full time. Nice. Good, good. I'm working on we're gonna work on like a simple traffic system. You know what I'll do? I'll just build a square area. So we're just trying to get it so we can have some cars just moving along, trudging along. Well, that means we'll have one 4-way intersection. This will become 3-way. You know what's wild is I took my son. I'll go out and do things with my son, and he'll get hurt real bad. And the like built-in, I don't train this into him. I do not. I'm not like toughen up, man. Like don't cry. Like I'm not like that at all with him. But his innate instinct to just like toughen up and not cry, it's like built into him. It's so weird. So we'll just have a little city area here. I'm glad things are going good at the studio. That's cool. So the only thing that's not realistic about this is that this would be... We would be more like this, right? Like super packed in. How else are you going to get mugged in the city? Suppose you just go out in the streets and it just happens. Yeah, this is not a good area to be in right here. That's bad. Don't go there. Okay. See, this is the kind of thing I need to put in front of my wife and be like, okay, build me a city. Yeah. Should we have the Idiocracy building? How long until we're like this, America? How long? Jesus Christ, guys. Let's get our head in the game. Fuck. Lean Tower Pizza. It's the shock at first, but I don't know. Yeah, I think there's just like I don't know. I remember feeling like being proud when I would hold it in, but I don't know where that was coming from. You know, it's like, this is hurt. This is gonna hurt. I could cry. Now, is that the dullness of life taking over? Like, as an adult, you get hurt. Very rarely when I get hurt as an adult am I like gonna start crying, right? I actually can't think of the last time I've cried from being hurt. Okay, so a little wow baby. Yeah. So there's that. There's like an aspect of that. You know. But as you get older, you know that the pain will pass and you're just sort of used to trauma. So you're kind of dulled to like, you're like, I know this too will pass. Jesus Christ, Jacob. Yeah, it can. Got another new cop video to show you sometime. I've never sent you any of them. Oh my god, dude. Fuck, they fucking break this old woman's leg. She admits she has pot. She slightly resists when they're gonna cuff her, even though they made it sound like they weren't going to. They have to amputate her leg, how badly they fucked it up. 60-year-old woman. They always do it. These bastards, the bad ones, they always do it to people who are clearly weaker than them. It's never somebody who's like could take them. Then that's when they always de-escalate and they're careful. Should it be like right on the side? And of course right after they do it and they say her leg's over there, basically, they shut their body cams off. Because of course, stand-up guys, I'm sorry, their body cams had a malfunction right at that point, both of them, somehow. Wow, really bad. Maybe they shouldn't use that company anymore. Fucking ugh. Anywho, back to work making our cop game. All right. I mean, you get the idea. We could do more and more of these buildings, but this is enough for now. So now we're going to try and get some traffic going. Let's see about size. Oh, yeah. So we'll build... Now, how do we build random paths? How do we build random paths, boys? Yeah, she kicked the cameras. Seemed like a nice lady, too. She fessed up to everything right when they pulled her over. They got the stuff. And then they were like, it's WWE Power Hour! Yeah, it's the ones that remind you of your mom. You really, really need to fucking try and snap their leg open. Make sure it dangles real good. Oh, and they were harassing her because she was living out of her car. So keeping the city safe from people without homes. Go home and fucking tell their kids to always listen to cops. Do what they tell you to do. Otherwise, they might snap your leg. I know. I just did it. So, I think what we can do to create the always on city is do take these windows and put an emission on the texture, and gotta lurk for a bit. All right. So here's the real question. Let's just pick, we'll pick two ends. One here, or one here, and then one here. See, but they gotta disappear at some point. They gotta disappear at some point. And what we really care about is the activity, the aliveness of the world, right? That's what we're going for. So we need a little bit more roads. We're just going New York style on this. New York! That's right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good thing they broke that lady's leg because of the magical plant. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. And they had to amputate it. Isn't that great of them? So 7 down. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You know what it reminds me of? Fucking reminds me of like medieval times. The brutality of it all. And the fact that we're all kind of okay with it. And the like just do what they tell you, man. It's like fucking, we're like serfs. Just be thankful they let you live on their land. Don't rock the boat. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. I can draw roads. What do you mean I can't draw roads? That's probably why I couldn't be a teacher in a school. Going too many comp rants. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Oh, Sticks, no problem, man. Man. What am I saying? Let me do a shout out to you, Sticks. No problem, man. What? I'm glad you're doing well. I'm glad to see you again. The wild is again. Probably disqualify you, yeah. I guess it depends on the district and the state. Might end up getting some award somewhere if I was in the right one. Alright, I got a bunch of 4-way intersections. Not a lot of skyscrapers over here, just new development. This is very China way to develop, is just build it and they will come thinking. Planned, right? rid of all these weird... Okay. Oh, we missed one. All right, so this is pretty good. So what we can do is we can pick you know, I just realized I'm here for the it's in the back. Go ahead and head in the back room. It's fine. I'm here for the Diddy. That's what they call them now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Conrad, just ghost in the shoutouts. Dude, you're so nice. You know what I need to do? I just had an idea. So I watched Ghost in the Shell again. It's been a long time, the anime. And definitely a lot better to watch anime without my friends when they were teenagers. And their colored commentary. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know it seems like kind of madness what I'm doing right now. Let's see. I promise you there's a reason for all of this. And that hopefully we'll see it soon here. We're going to be streaming late tonight. Going into the evening. Cricket After Dark. Yeah, they time traveled and made the anime in the 90s after Scarlett Johansson how do you say her name? I don't even know how you say her name. After she made her movie. Like, you know, this would make a really good anime, probably better than a film. And come on, Cricket. Draw a straight line. So we'll build an algorithm that will just look for a road that's a certain distance away. It'll pick a random spot, and as soon as it's the right distance away, then we'll have it select that road. JD, how you doing, man? I don't mean the persona. I mean the man. The myth. The legend. Okay. So now we know some facts about our road. You know what? We don't even need it to be like this. We know our available cells. Okay. Doing alright, just had some sandwiches. Getting things set up for tonight. Nice. Fiera, what's up? Late night hangout, let's go. That's pretty good feedback, though. That's a lot of people to... Do you know if they played? But for 7 people to give feedback is really good, Conrad. Dude, it's really good. I'm going to say that. And once you find the audience and the audience comes to you, the feedback you get will be even better over time. Okay. Let's take a look at our wambulance. Now Z is supposed to be in the negative, and our mesh is facing the wrong way. So we're just gonna embrace that. I mean, I could in part of my import rotate the actual mesh. Can I rotate this? If I just went 180 on that, I could just rotate the whole thing. You know what? Let's do that. That's easy. So on our import script, let's fix that. So for our root scene, rotation Y equals degree to rad 180. Conrad, do you have an experience with web development? There we go. Now they're all facing the right way. Pants off, dance off. Plenty, yeah. Do you have a feedback button in your game, like in the pause menu, that people can just write something and submit it and have that post somewhere? Like just some sort of HTTP endpoint? Nope, only socials. I highly recommend that. There's a specific GDC talk from the guys who did Subnautica. Let me get you it right now. I recommend this for all my bros. I can link here, brother. Let me find it right now. Just make sure I'm not signed into my porn YouTube account. Okay, we're not signed into my porn YouTube account. Suggestions are a little iffy. GDC Subnautica. This is a funny. Okay, you gotta hear this. Sorry, we're gonna put this over here. Are you guys familiar with Primus? I think it's this one.
So if you want to hear more about that, a deep dive into that very topic, tomorrow we have another talk about Subnautica, the design of Subnautica by my boss, Charlie. Tomorrow at 9 a.m.
Onyx the Fortuitous.
It's all about like
I don't know.
The designing stuff and the reframing and Charlie's a brilliant guy, and like just listening to him will blow your mind. I have to say that because he's my boss. And half a year later, we kind of had the combination between the game, people even enjoying it, or what are they doing? So we added telemetry and feedback systems. So we started selling the game earliest access on our own website. We have to open our doors and see what people are actually thinking. So we started selling the game earliest access on our own website. And because it's an open world game, it's kind of like difficult to understand, are people even enjoying it, or what are they doing? So we added telemetry and feedback systems to the game. Let me show you that. So here we go. At any point in the game, if you press escape or you press F8, you can give feedback, and it opens up a little form where you can send us a message directly to us, right? You report any issues, send us screenshots, tell us whether you're angry or happy, or when you found a bug.
So the brilliance of this is, like, you have the feedback text, you can check off what the feedback is about. You can choose whether or not to include a screenshot of the actual moment. And then to submit, you press a happy, and so this is totally, and it's good not to use language for this. This is now like something that is, somebody who translates, if this was words and somebody translated it, the tone of the word they choose may be stronger or less strong in one language than in another, right? So by doing the images, it's kind of universal to submit the feeling of the feedback. But I highly recommend something like this. And then this goes on and it explains like how they use it and everything. It's really straightforward. You can think of it as a simple HTTP post, you know? And you can have something to sanitize it. If somebody's going to spam something or whatever, like try to taint the data or something, you could have something to prevent that. Do some extra work on that. But yeah, really simple thing to do. Yeah, rate limit, like by IP or something. Yeah. Anyways. So now if we were to scrub the so there's our truck. And if we do a path follow right now, there he goes. Look at him go. Whee! Okay. So now we're going to do an offset. So there's a few things we have to do here. Of course, Conrad. Anything. Anything for my bros. I think we all have it within us to be successful. Okay. So we're going to pick some points. Some point like here, and then some point over here. So some distance away from the cells. We're just going to keep grabbing a random cell. I'm already feeling successful, not going to lie. Nice, yeah. I've been doing this for 4 years, haven't released a damn thing, so I'm not. I don't think it's cringe. Yeah, no, it's a great feeling. That's how I felt with the InnerTube game when people were like, I saw people playing it and they were smiling, and I was like, I could get used to this. It was like, okay. So let's think about this. How many vehicles do you think we need? Let's do something crazy. Let's do like 1,000. You guys think 1,000 is reasonable? Is that out of line? Let's do 1,000. Wildest Canon indie devs are so fucking cool, aren't we? I think yeah, I think it's a pretty cool place. I think Twitch is a really cool place right now with indie devs. It's a very emo game. I was just talking about plums, and I refer to them as the most emo of fruits because they have the appearance of being this dark, you know, thing, and then they're super emotional. And it's like, oh yeah, they're super like sensitive, you know, plums. Barely touch them and they bruise. They go from ripe to like rancid in like in a half an hour. Yeah, I haven't actually made anything to sell. I keep trying things out and I'm like, nah, that ain't it. That ain't it. That ain't it. And I keep getting better. You know, my skills are increasing and everything like that. But I made the mistake initially to try and make a game with a friend. And that was really a bad idea. Skill farming. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I made the mistake to try and make a game with a friend, and that was a boo-boo. I should not have done that. So, max vehicles is, let's say total vehicles. And then vehicles total, and not the other. Farm them talent points. Yeah. I've done a few jam games. So we're going to have a pool of path follows, so an array of path follow 3D. It is weird how you have to have a path 3D and a path follow. I suppose the vehicle will be inside of that, so then it's really a path 3D pool. Okay. And so this we're gonna can we do something like this? Can we go like this? No. We have to do this on ready. So we're gonna resize this array here. And we're going to say vehicle pool is an array of now I suppose these things should be a vehicle. They should have a name. They should have a thing to them, right? So let's attach a script to them to give them a class type. Shout out was given to Pagorli. Conrad uses the cricket solution for Pagorli. Shout out. Oh, JD did one. I've done a lot of speaking of let's do practical NPC. Okay, I want to do one for practical here for in a second. I know I need some sort of like slot machine thing. Oh, you mean the FileMaker app? Oh, dude, I made that in like 15 minutes. All right, hopefully in like an hour and a half, shit's about to get really interesting, guys, okay? I spell vehicle. There we go. Call it vehicle. All right, we need a vehicle script. So we're planning on having traffic, two-way traffic, one going the other, one going one way, one going the other, right? Worked for a government contractor, thousands of employees, had data in millions of Americans who were running a FileMaker Pro app that literally held government secrets in it. FileMaker is one of those things where it can either be run well or run poorly. And generally it's just run poorly. Because what happens is management figures out you can just put a button anywhere, and it's like, why don't you just put a button here, put a button here, put a button here, put a button here, and then suddenly there's no fucking design to it. There's no thought of an interface. It's just somebody in some position is like, hey, just why don't you just put a button there? And it just turns into a fucking. It looks I don't know what even to call it. It looks like somebody printed out a bunch of UI like design things to like prototype something, sneezed, and then it just spreads out everywhere. And it's like, well, there it is. Apparently the CEO created the app 15 years before I started. It's funny because it's a testament to like how long it can like, and it had just grown. Yeah. The modern FileMaker, like as far as security is concerned, is pretty decent so long as it's properly managed. But yeah, back when I used it, I had because the reason why I fought to get it in the where I worked at was because they would never let us buy anything. So it's like, okay, well, if we get FileMaker, we can kind of make whatever we need. And so we used FileMaker as like a solution for software they wouldn't pay for us. So I made tooling that would scan, it would dump the event log of every computer into a single spot so we could grep it, because our admin wouldn't give us access to that stuff. And like, you know, you could look up a computer and see who was signed into it in that moment and like press a button to remote desktop immediately. And you could see, you could grep. I had it where there was like a welcome screen, and it was like, here's the computers with like the highest issues as far as like events are concerned. And so we could proactively like solve problems and stuff. But yeah, if it's not maintained well, it could end up being a complete cluster. And then we also could have logs. We had history on each machine. So if there was something like clearly wrong with the software install, because this is another thing they wouldn't do. They wouldn't let us build machines with like an image. It was all this weird fucking stupid rules. They wouldn't let us image machines. And so we could at least know that something went wrong with like an install of something, because, hey, this machine is like, we've had so many tickets on it and they're all related to like XYZ problems. So maybe it needs a new build. Yeah. That was back when I was a grunt. Ugh. You're not a grunt now? Nah, I'm probably worse off. Although apparently I'm even how poor I think I am. I was looking up the stats, and apparently we're like lower middle class. It's like, whoa, things are bad if I'm lower middle class. But apparently most Americans don't even have like $50 in their savings. So we're spelling vehicle right? It looks like it. Okay. So we have vehicle. This is going to extend Node 3D. Now, should we make it a path follow? The parent class, could we change the on the import? Well, we'll know that we inherit path follow 3D. How about that? That seems fine. So the way that this should work is we're gonna have buildings that have like parking structures that you come in and out of. And so the car would drive from like underground up kind of thing. Vehicle, so let's say on script, on our import, how do we attach a script, this son of a bitch? Set script. Variant. Attaches a script to the object and instantiates it. As a result, the scripts in it is called. The script is used to extend the object's functionality. Variant. Set script. Variant. A class stored as a resource. Okay. String is source code. Resource. So, okay. All right. So then, we have the vehicle script this here. Vehicle script path is a string. Okay, let's see if this works. I do need to consider, like, I have to start making money doing this. So I am trying to get serious about it. But there is something about, like, I've got to find something that I actually want to work on. That's why I'm doing this 30-day thing. Let me do a shout out to Practical again. Release the game. Release the Schultz cut. Truck script. Hey-o! Alright. So now all of our vehicles are going to have a script attached to it automatically when we drag it in, if we ever do that, or if we instantiate it or whatever, and they're going to be a vehicle. Okay. So that is good. So we need to create a pool of these vehicles. We need to grab random vehicles. Var. That's not how you spell vehicle, bros. Come on, Cricket. Vehicles. And this is just going to be... What do we do here? We got these glibs. How do we instantiate from a glib? Can I just... you know what I'll do? There we go. So now we have an array of vehicles. And this is just an array of paths. Vehicles. Vehicle paths. Vehicles path string. String array. One thing I've learned so far is not, as much as it makes me happy to see someone smile or whatever, like playing something I'm making, I am learning to not try and seek validation in others for what I'm doing. I think there can be a lot of bad advice out there. One example that I'll give is fake load screens. What the actual fuck, guys? Who the hell thinks that's a good idea? Somebody do. Why am I frozen? What happened? I'm back. Sorrow telling me to switch engines all the time. Curdle's game came out today. Do you have a link, Pagorli? Why am I frozen again? What is going on? It's the camera. Alright, I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to grab a drink. I'm going to bring this game up on here. Suck and blow. Guys. You know how to suck, don't you? There's a horse in our yard. There's a litter box in our yard. Be back. You were talking about that hobby horse thing, Conrad. And, yeah, I'm definitely, you know, live and let live kind of thing. I think that's what set me off with that troll. Was like, you know, I'm being totally straightforward and honest, and then just the accusatory nature of it. All right, you guys want to hear what Primus songs sound like? It's so fucking funny.
For dinner? Sushi, of course. Uh-oh, there was a roofie inside of our gas station sushi. We black out and wake up in a sewer. We're surrounded by fish. Horny fish. You know what that means. You know what that means. You know what that means. Fish. The stench draws in a bear. What do? We're gonna fight it. Bear fight? Bare-handed? Bare naked? Oh befriend the bear after we beat it in a brawl. Then we ride it into a Chuck E. Cheese. Dance, 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 dance. You know what that means? Fish. You know what that means? 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 Fish. You know what that means? You know what that means? Sushi, of course. You know what that means? You know what that means? You know what that means? Fish. Revolution. Revolution? Overthrow the government? I think so. Next thing you know, I turn into a jet, then I turn into a fish. You know what that means? 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 Fish, fish. You know what that means? 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 Fish, fish. Looks like the meth is kicking in.
Anyways. It's so good. Okay. What else do we need? Let's get let's just print out let's print out the size of our used cells so we know how many road points we have. Okay? You got 18 road points. Overthrow the government? The government? I think so. That's so stupid. Uh-oh. Why is it mad? Uh-oh. This shouldn't be a thing. This is weird. It's like right at the beginning. I think we might want to update points. I bet our size is too small. No. Let's increase the width by 200 just to make sure. Same thing again. And we bomb out. He's dying. I went down the pipe hole wrong. points with ID. It could have just shat all over the screen. I could have projectile vomited. It's already got oxygen. I'm dying. I'm dying here. IQ, what's up? Okay. Cell position is -1 on the Z. We've got a hanging Chad somewhere, boys. Does anyone know with a grid map, is there an easy way to see cells that aren't, that maybe are empty? -1. Plot A star points position. Cell 2D position Y -1. This shouldn't be happening. Z negative is up. Z -1 is right here. It's this piece here. So it thinks that there's something right there. So we're just gonna go like this. Even though I don't see anything. Close. Clear the output out. Dude, what is it talking about? How you doing, Mud? Doing good. After years of doing meh and everything's just going south, I got a few good news and seems things go good again. Yep. This is the way of things. So let's say something ain't right. Can we see when we're here and we're going to draw something, what cell we're on? I mean, I could grab a skyscraper here and see its position. Yeah, we're in positive Z. What is it talking about this negative z for? All right, here's what we're going to do. If the cell, I don't know why this is wrong, is less than 0, or z, cell position, 2D cell position, y is less than 0, we return. Okay, so we don't even entertain the idea. We say, no, sir, I don't like it. No, sir, I don't like it. My son has picked up "what the hell" from Papa. He loves saying it. And he rightly said, when I told him you shouldn't say that, he said, but I learned it from you, Papa. That's basically what he said. And I was like, fair enough. Where'd you learn to do that? Where'd you learn to say that, son? From you, Papa. I immediately burst into tears. Oh, yeah. But I learned it from you. I learned it from you, Papa. Okay. So just to give a quick, here's what's going on kind of deal, because I know this might seem like, what the hell is Cricket doing? Ooh, look at that. You can see the points. See that? That's a path that we've created. So we have our A-star pathfinding. When we lay the roads out, it automatically connects all of the points. You can see these points visualized here. These little dots here represent the different possible routes. We have a starting point of this green dot and an ending point of this red dot, okay? Hey, we have a path follow here. We can have a vehicle follow that path. Check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Ooh, look at it go. Beep, beep. So it follows that A-star path. We give it the same vector points, okay? Okay, so what we're gonna try and do is we're instantiating 1,000 cars, and we're gonna pick what I was trying to do, which I just remembered from all this, and it's a good thing I'm talking it out with you guys. So what we're gonna try and do is instantiate 1,000 cars. We're going to pick a total of 2,000 points, a starting point and an ending point for a car to travel to, okay? So what I'm looking at is how many points on this road do I actually have to even pick from? Because that sort of sets a limit here. And the reason why this even matters is because I want to make sure that we don't spawn cars at the same points, okay? So we kind of just need to make sure that we have enough points to have 1,000 cars, which we probably don't. 341. So that really sets our limit. Todd, what's up? So another way we could do this is we could just say, okay, let's just spawn as many cars as we can on these paths. We'll cache 1,000. So that means if we 341 divided by 2, so that's roughly what, like 220.5, right? Sorry, 120.5. No. Wow, Cricket. Oh my god. Way off, Cricket. What, so 160.5. No. 12. No. Oh my god. 8. No, 7. 170.5. There we go, Cricket. You can do math in your head real good. All right. So so we can have 170 cars on here. I don't think that's going to look like a lot of cars though, guys. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm going to be honest. How do we solve this problem? Ah! Directions. Directions, we can at least double that number with directions. So here's the other problem. let's say we do an H offset. Let's say negative 0.25. So that gets us on this lane here. So our cars can only go one way then. He's going to turn. So this should really be the other way. Right here. Right there. So he's in this lane. Driving along. Beep beep. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Bum 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 bum. Wow 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 wow. Wow 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 wow. We have other problems here, bros. We don't have any curves yet. That's why it's turning weird. I know. I know. The actual path looks like this. If we go underneath it, you can see it. We haven't put the curves in yet. We will. We will. We will. We're gonna end up with traffic jams immediately right now with a vehicle this size because we have this bounding area in front of it. We have like a collision area which you can't see, but it's there, I promise. So it's in here. So if it's turning and as it turns like sends through the hourglass, we might have to force ourselves to, yeah, see, if there's a car right here, this one is going to stop once we give it its behaviors. Because it's going to see a collision and be like, oh, I can't go. I'm in another car's space. So we might have to solve the curves right away. Shit. Shit. Let's take a look at the Path 3D. Damn it. I had to do this with the trains. I distinctly remember I was having a very long conversation. This was a long time ago. I was talking to Devro, actually, while I was working it out. Can I see which position? No, it won't even show me. Lovely. You know what that means? Fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 and 10. And luckily it doesn't show me a number here, which is so cool. So cool. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is 10 and this is 9. And we need some sort of curve. Ooh, too much. Do this. 1. No, we don't want the y-axis. What are we doing, dumbass? In, out? Is it the out? Ooh, that looks like something. Look at that. That looks like a curve of some sort. Let's traverse the follow. Let's see. It shits the bed. There's some secret curve going on in there, boys. Some secret loop-de-loo. To outs 0.5. What if we move it over to the Z? What happens then? Whoop. So should it be 0.25? Get rid of the Z. And then we need an N on the Z, 0.25? Negative, Ghost Rider. What if it's a negative 2.5? God, I remember doing all this shit. Oh, this is a nightmare. You know what that means? Fish. Overthrow the government? I think so. Fish, fish. That don't look right. Let's traverse it. Hey, look at that. Look at that nice little turn. You got it stuck in my head too. It won't go away. Sorry. So I think we need the vehicle. The vehicle needs to be a bit smaller. Let's go to our import vehicle thing here. Scale 8. So now the vehicle is going to be even smaller. And assets, ambulance, delivery, flat, all the way down to van. And we re-import. It would be nice for the import scripts to trigger whenever you change the script itself, so that you didn't have to do that shit every time. Looks a little better, huh? And let's say, you know what that means? Fish. 2. Almost there. How about 15? Ooh, look at that. That looks like it's supposed to be on the road. F. Got some flat tire here. Ma'am, you need some help? Get your motor running. Head out on the highway. Looking for adventure. Born to be wild. I'm severely confused here. Oh, that's 10. So how do we know the position that's incrementing changes as well? So for the same, if one is the same as the one before, we don't have to change the in and the out. But if one of the positions if they're both not equal, then the one prior, the one leaving and the one going in. Oh, good God. Okay, we're not going to worry about that right now. Let's build a bunch of paths first. How do we do that? Well, get use cells gives us an array that we can work with. Var road grid map. So get use cells is an array of please be vector coordinates. Please be vector coordinates. Yes. Okay. That's helpful. Okay. It is an array of vector coordinates, my good sir. Let's I was just making a joke about China and designed government planned cities. And I'm like, this is something China would do. They would just make a bunch of roads and then start putting buildings in, and then yeah, North Korea is worse about that for sure. It's like instant ghost towns. How do we create instant ghost towns? See, the other problem here is for real. Let's double the distance here. Let's move it all the way down to 20 by 18. Okay, so now it goes down in a zigzag like this. G police in communist North Korea, let's go. That'd be kind of cool. I have an idea for the tone of this game. As far as moment to moment when you're playing it, where there is a lot of radio chatter for world building and other stuff, you're hearing, like, as you enter certain zones and stuff, like the increase in, like, if you're in the safe parts of the town, i.e. the ones that the police are actually protecting from the unsafe part of town. I'm using a lot of air quotes here, because it's really it's about class, guys. Yeah, we got a Kim denier. It would be all like in code though, right? Exactly, that kind of thing. And when if you go into the first person view inside the vehicle, you're going to hear like the metal like creaking sound, like the kind of give and the take of the machine as it's like flying through the air and stuff. And like, you know, the dampens noise of like the external engines running and stuff like that. And then like street violence, like you'll see the little peon cops, the ones on the ground, engaged in like firefights and stuff and whatnot. And I'm planning on making the vehicle a lot slower moving than it was in G Police, and more weight feeling behind it. To make it like really like you're kind of, it's this thing that like it's a little bit heavier to move around. Anyways, enough talk about that. Sky Tank. Yeah. So two things. How do we know how do we know the direction that you'll be heading? We can test the coordinate. Okay, sorry guys. Let's just get a bunch of random cells. We're gonna do it. We're doing 1,000 vehicles. There's all these hard problems that I'm like secretly wanting to avoid here, but all of it's sort of necessary to deal with. So we have position A. So for each vehicle, we pick a position A. And then we while loop var distance float equals 0. And then while distance is less than some amount, let's say, I don't know. I don't know what our total size of this entire area is in this world. We're looking at 34. So let's say if 15 would get us, yeah, if it's greater than 15, const random points min distance equals 15. So we have a random distance here. Or a minimum distance. So if the distance is less than the, it continues if the distance is less than the random point min distance, okay? So then we have a position A, or position B, which is a vector 3 as well. Okay. And then what we do is on our loop, we pick a random cell. And actually we could do this twice. And then we say distance float equals position A distance to, is it distance? What is it in a vec3? Oh, we can't do it with a vec3i, can we? We can't. It has to be a float. Distance or not? What am I getting right? There's a square, right? Distance squared 2. Do it fast. B. And then we just keep doing this, where we set position B to another random cell until it becomes far enough away. And we assign distance each time. And then once we have a point, a random point that's at least 15 away, then we're done with that one. Now, this is position A and position B. We haven't done anything yet. So once we have all this determined, we say path pool, and we're gonna so we resize the path pool here. So we're gonna create a bunch of them, right? So for vehicles total, so we're doing a count again, and in vehicles total here, we're gonna make our paths. And this is index. So for each index inside of our path pool, we just create a new path 3D, and then we're gonna add it to the scene. So we say add child. Okay, so now we've added our path 3D. So we're gonna have a giant ass path 3D thing. Let's go ahead and create a node to stuff them in, which is our vehicle paths. Okay. And let's go ahead and have a little pointer to that. This is just a node. every node. Vehicle, paths, save that, and then we go up here and we'll drag this into it. Like so. Let's go ahead and also add a node 3D for the buildings. And we'll just dump them in there so that we don't have this giant tree. Like that, and then we can collapse it. Okay. A little bit of scene tree organization going on here. Pull that up there. Okay. So, getting there, boys. Now, we have our path pool here. We need to we need to create a path follow 3D. And here, this is where everything's about to break. Very tenuous right now. Everything is very... I think we'll be okay. I think I have a way of... See, the real problem with this is cars are just going to pop up and disappear. I want them to drive off, right? But this is fine. I just want to see if we can get traffic flow going. And the real magic is going to be intersections. What are we looking at? What time is it? 5 o'clock? We got 3 hours, boys. You think we, 6, 7, 8? At least 3 hours I can do this. I could probably keep going into the night, actually. This is going to be a good night. This is going to be a good night. All right. So we have our path follow here. And path follow has a, path pool. Actually, for each of these, we can do this in here. We need to add child. So if we add child to the path 3D for the path follow, and then we add the path follow to the scene tree. Exactly. Okay, so now we have that figured out. So, but what we want to do is from the path pool for our index, our current count. So we'll call it index. Path pool, index, curve. And this is just an array. Curve has points. Can I just give them the points? Do I have to iterate? Do I have to... I think I have to for loop this. What's Nithir? Nithir's still not quite getting the clapping. But you're getting there, Nithir. You're getting there. Someday. Someday you'll understand. Add point. So we're going to need this. We have our 2 points. This is the, so we need the A star. So we want a point path, and we have to get our IDs. So we have our position A, our position A, so we have points ID A, okay, which is just an integer. And then we have points ID B, which is also just an integer. And from the A star, we're going to say get a point path from A to B. Okay. And the points are going to get from A star from our positions A and B. So we have to ask A star for the nearest, closest something or another. Come on. Dude, I hate it when it won't suggest because fucking stupid. Get closest points. Okay. Get closest points. And then we give it A. Oh, these are vars. Get closest point, position B. To position. Vector 2. Ah. And we're doing a vector 3i. Oh. Oh, yeah. Okay. So vector 2. It's position A, X, comma. Position A, Z. Okay. And then we'll do the same thing here, but with B. Okay. So then we get a point path here. And a point path gives us packed vec2 array. Point path. There we go. Now we for loop this son of a bitch. Path position. Vector 2 in path, point path here. Add point. Curve 3D. So now we have to translate it. This is funny. We have to translate it back. It's all right. Vector 3. Path position X, comma, 0, comma, Y on the Z. Okay. So now for the same index for the path pool, we've added our curve points. So we could run this and see if it works. We might end up in a gateway to infinity. Can I call method add point on null value? The curve is empty. So we have to create a curve for this son of a bitch. So we create a new path 3D, but it has no curve. Is that correct? Let's see. Let's go ahead and add a path 3D here and see what happens. Looks good to me. Path 3D new. Path 3D pool, curve, add point. Add point on null value. Curve. Curve. How's it null? Is this null? Let's find out. Maybe we're doing path position in path point. Oh. No? No? Dude, I am ripping it. Are those audible? Are you guys picking those up? Because I am carpet bombing Calvin right now. Getting some mustard gas, Cal. I'm sorry, bro. He's like, oh, Papa. It's too much. It kills. It's null. The curve is null. We're excited to be about. We're allowed to be excited about for loops. It's true. I'm like a special kid with a blowhorn. He's judgmental. Someday you'll get there, Nathir. Hey now, you're an A-star. I'm not going to say who, but this one streamer was asking about this other streamer. First streamer is a guy, second streamer is a girl. And he was asking how she was doing, etc. And then he said by accident, I want to do her. Lol, I just left it there. That is somebody who needs human and face-to-face interaction desperately and needs to stop being always online. I feel like at that point. So, do you need to tell the engine to make a curve and then assign? I think so. What I'm worried about is that it's because it hasn't finished instantiating, but because we're in ready and we're adding this right here. We're creating a new path 3D and then we're adding it and then we're just like go. That it hasn't finished actually setting up the scene by the time we're doing this loop, and that's why it's angry. You just let it slip out by accident. Seems pretty cool. Well, what are you gonna do? Let's just try it though. Here's what we'll do. We're just gonna set a new curve just to see. Curve equals curve 3D new. You know what that means? Fish. Hey! Okay. So you are correct, the wildest cannon. That did work. All right, let's see what we end up with. It ran through and made a bunch of them. And let's look at the scene tree here now. We should have a bunch of vehicle paths, and we have... Yes, but we've added them to the wrong spot. Let's go ahead and add them to the vehicle paths node so they can be collapsible in the scene tree, and we can be a little bit organized. Like that. Let's reload again. See, this is the part where you clap, Nathir. Do it now, Nathir! Hey, we have a bunch of curves. Looking good. What does our scene look like? We can't see it in here because this, we're not doing this in Tool. And if we added these in the Tool, like if we close and reopen the city, I don't think we're going to see... Yeah, we're not going to see anything because of owners and all that stuff, and this being a tool. So how can we visualize these paths? We will set up a visible paths, and then we will put a camera in the 3D environment, and you know what that means? Fish. We're gonna go ahead and put a camera. Oh, mi amor. Camera's gonna be pointing straight down right here, and we're looking at 2018. 2018. 20 on the X. 18 on the Z. Ooh, we're almost there, baby. You know what that means? Fish. We're gonna go chin up. Chin up, son. Stop crying. But Papa, Mama died. You'll get over it. Oh, man. All right. So here's our camera floating above the city. Let's run it. All right. So we have a bunch of paths. Oh, first thing, it's off. We need to kind of nudge it. Yeah, we need to kind of nudge it. Also, we don't have a world environment, so it's pitch black. So let's go ahead and add a world environment. We don't have direct sunlight. Let's just do a ambient light. Color. Okay. So we have no shadows. We're now like a PS1 game. Okay. Let's just run it again. Whoops. That's not the main scene. Okay, here we are, looking down at our city. Looks like SimCity now. You know what we could do is we could put the camera in the corner, in the bottom right. If we doubled the camera distance, so 40, 36. And then we rotate 45, 45, and then 45. Nope. Not on that one. 45, 45, negative 45. There we go. Oh, speaking of SimCity, 30, 20. Nope, that was fine. 45. This one, 30. There we go. See, now the skyscrapers are in the way. We're not doing an isometric game, I promise. Fine, we'll do overhead. I guess what we could do is just get rid of the put a perspective on this thing, and we'll pull the camera out. We could do a wild field of view. Look at that. Whoa. Now we'll pull the camera up. Saw the new Superman. I thought it was good. I know some people on the interwebs don't like it, but I thought it was good. It's nice to have a good Superman movie again. Like a modern one. Isn't that cool? Jacob. There was nothing. That's the funny thing about it is there was like, I don't understand what's going on right now because there's nothing to be upset about. All these people are upset about it. More like Pooperman, am I right? But people just find a way. They just find a way to be upset. Justin helps. How's it going? Justin, the joke that I was doing, or I was trying to do, was anytime you're streaming, I'm gonna perpetually pretend like I'm somebody who thinks you're like an Ask Alice type of person. Null instance. Oh, this was when we were testing this stuff. I'm gonna get rid of these ones. Reload. All right, so this is the actual grid. Shout out to Justin Helps. Thanks for that, Conrad. I appreciate that. So this is the actual A-star. What's crazy about this is the reason why you're even seeing it like this. I'm frozen. I'll come back. Dude, the camera hasn't done this freezing thing in a long time. It used to do that all the time. The reason why you're seeing this is because we've built so many vehicle paths or path follows that were now lit up like a vandal. Yeah, you know what I'm... Okay. Let's lower the number of vehicles down to 500. Like 1,000 might be a bit much. We'll lower it down to 500. But wait. We can at least divide it in half because we're going to have roughly half going one direction and half going the other direction, right? All right. Okay. Okay, we're almost there, though. Almost there. So here's the other thing we have to do. We don't have any vehicles, right? They're gone. Where are the vehicles? Calm down. They'll get there. They'll get there. So we pull the vehicles. So what we're going to do is we're just going to pick a random vehicle path and then instantiate a vehicle and add it to the vehicle pool. Okay. So again, same thing here. Vehicles total for loop. And we're just going to create our vehicles. Now we have vehicle pool. Okay. So vehicle pool index here. So we're going to... This is Justin's wheelhouse. I just realized. Justin, this is like your thing, dude. Making systems and stuff. And like little sims. We love wheelhouses. I love cheese wheels. Does anybody else love cheese wheels? Because I do. So we're going to pick a random path. Var string path string equals vehicles path random. Pick random. Okay, so we have a random vehicle from the list here. Cars have wheels. Oh, I'm making like a big traffic. We're making a big traffic thing. I have a plan for how we're gonna do stoplights and stuff that I'm really excited about, but I have to do a bunch of shit before we can get to that. Okay. So we have a random path. Var vehicle equals resource loader load from our path string here. It's a scene, packed scene. Sorry. We have to instantiate the packed scene. Var scene, packed scene equals this vehicle equals this instantiate. There we go. Okay, so now we have a giant vehicle pool, and what we need to do is add these vehicles to our paths. So we have them. Well, we don't quite yet. We have to instantiate. We have to add them to the scene tree. Not yet, though. We are going to point to the pool, though. So now we have the vehicle pool with a vehicle in it. Now when we add the curves and we have the point path here. So we create our curves here, and this is where we're going to go ahead and add the vehicle to... we have our path pool 3D. So we're married to the same index. We need to get the path follow 3D. I hate it when it does that, dude. It's so stupid. Path follow 3D, path pool, get node. Path follow 3D. Then on it we add child So now we should have a bunch of cars all overlapping when they shouldn't. Just all over the place. And the scene might take a while to load now because we're instantiating a bunch of meshes and stuff, but we'll see. If we get this right the first try. I shit the bed. Oh, you know what we didn't do? We didn't resize the index 0. So yeah, we gotta size this first. Resize vehicles total. And reload. Okay. On a null value. So what does it look like in the scene tree? We've got our city, we've got our vehicle paths, and we have they just have a random get child 0. We're gonna do this really jank. Get the first child, because I know it's the first one, okay? Let's try it again. It's taking a while. Look at all those cars. Look at all them chickens. All right. So now we have a bunch of cars on the scene. Look at all them chickens. And they all have different paths that they're going to go on. Let's get them moving. Let's get them moving. So, we don't have a free camera, though. This is the only thing that sucks about this is, like, I have to build a... Thank you. See, the wildest canyon understands, Nathir. I love the idea that, Nathir, I love that if you just keep it going to just do the applause at the absolutely wrong time. Thanks for that. Okay. So, it took a while to start, right? That's the game's load screen. So, that'll be part of the game's load screen. We're just going to say, hey, we know that we're at maximum going to have 1,000 cars in the game or something, right? So we're just going to say, poop them out, get them all ready. And then there may be parts of the game where there's going to be no traffic because it's like a lockdown or something. I don't know. But there may be times when we don't need to show them at all. But for the most part, it's just going to be a living world with a bunch of cars driving all over the place. So having the cars prefetched and everything and ready to go is a good thing. That's when you really whoop out. Just wait for something to throw an error. Yeah, that's when you throw it out. Oh, by the way, I do have something I want to work on to improve the stream. It's for Bits Redeem. Because I don't play a sound right now for Bits, I don't think. So I really need to, I have a sound that I want to use for it, but I gotta download it and rip it and all kinds of stuff. So I gotta get that going though.
Please sit down and have fun! Just sit down and have fun, damn it!
Corey Cupcakes, thanks for the follow. So now that we have all these vehicles and we have all these points that they can go to, the behavior can come from the vehicle to be responsible to move itself. So we have the vehicle scene. They're all inheriting vehicle as a
How about these tiger biddies?
the audio parts for the yes, that works. Thanks, Jacob. I appreciate that. Those wouldn't work. So now we have vehicle. Tigle. Yeah, you gotta separate them. Gotta think phonetically. Got to think phonetically. So on ready, we can just set ourselves up for a permanent loop here, boys. It's worse than that though. But we'll just get ourselves moving, okay? So we know that our parent is a path follow. So this is not how I would set this up traditionally, okay? But we're trying to go fast. We're just trying to get something. And I'm gonna try to avoid needing major refactors, so this is very temporary. Path follow. 3D. Path follow. 3D. equals get parent. I do not advise doing this. Avoid having to do this as much as possible. This, if you could, and I don't know if you can in Godot, not allow a function call. I would say this is one of them. Personally, the more you structure things to not have to do this, the more you're going to like life in Godot. So this is bad, is what I'm saying. Don't do this. So just keep, you know, just Godot. Yes, just say Godot. Godot. Just say Godot. So now we have our path follow. We need some logic here. We also know, what are the other truths that we know? What are the other truths? What's my truth? We know that, let's drag, so we have an ambulance here. We know that we have the static, oh, we need a better name. Oh, that's horrible. Hold on, let's give ourselves a good name here. That's awful. That's awful. That's just awful. Import vehicle, static body, name equals static body 3D. What are we doing here? What would you say you do here? I told you! What did you understand? All right, Fiora, have a good night. Karadeku, how's it going? Is there any other kind? Yeah. Daclin TV, why not? Corey Cupcake said, I'm not sure if I said thank you for the follow, but thank you. Why not? Because you're guessing. You should be able to assert your scene structure. Like, in my opinion, you should know what the structure is. And when you're using get parent, there's an implication there that, like, okay, here's one way to know for sure. Here's what I mean. And this is like a better way to do it than what I'm doing. So we have a var here called path follow. So basically this, right? Here's one way that we could do it. And then what we do, I think I've heard with Godot, is signal up, reference down. Yeah, so that's what we're doing. So then when we are instantiating this vehicle, we know now that it has path follow 3D, okay? This is another piece of advice is give everything a class name if you can. If you're going to talk to it from something else, give it a class name, because you're always extending the Godot API. Give it a class name so that these little extra bits that you add to it populate and are suggested, and you can test it on whether or not it's there, etc. Okay, but anyway, so so instantiate a vehicle here. When we add we can now, there's a few ways to do this. I'm adding it here after we have, yeah, see, this is dumb. So on the vehicle, actually, let's do it here. We can do this when we're doing both, because these are related. So this is better anyways. We're creating the paths here. We'll add the vehicle as well. Okay, so we created the path follow here. We have path follow 3D new. I'm going to separate this into its own variable for now. Path follow 3D is a path follow 3D. So like this. Okay, so now we have a reference to it. We're gonna add it here, okay? So this is our pool of path follow 3Ds. Now, when we instantiate vehicle, we go vehicle, path follow, what do we call it? Oh, we haven't saved it. Go back. Path follow 3D. Path follow 3D equals path follow 3D, the thing that we've instantiated. Now, we know that it exists. And what we can do is we can now say assert path follow 3D is not null. If it is, we say path follow 3D is null. So now we are much more like, we know that that thing exists, and we've given it, like, the parent has given the child the pointer to that thing. So this is one way to do it. I still don't think I'll end up doing it this way ultimately, but like, this is just a piece of advice for me. You could take it or leave it. It doesn't matter. But that's just my opinion. I have just found in Godot, if you start grabbing things from the scene tree willy-nilly, and then you change the structure of the scene tree, it's all gonna break anyways. So you make these assertions and you do them in places that are logical, and then when it all breaks, you know about it sooner and you can fix it. I haven't run the code though, so I could be this could totally not work. But also, I wanna re-import. I forgot to re-import our scenes because we want better names for those. It's just, you can kind of see now we have better static body and collision shape. This is like a much better name for everything. Now they're all the same like that. That's good. Let's go ahead and close the ambulance. We don't need to see that anymore. Okay. So let's run it again. Just make sure everything's still the same. Ooh. Ah, it's a race. It's a race. This is why I didn't even want to do it that way. All right, so let's think about this. So we're path follow new. This is null. Can we say, is it on ready? I think we can do that, right? No. See, this is why I don't like doing it this way. I almost want to make it so that the vehicle always has a path follow. So we could do it that way. But our problem right now is where it's a race condition. It's a race war. Thanks, Tapper. For now, I'm going to comment this out. This is exactly what I'm talking about, though. With that assertion, we know that if we had any following code on this, it's not going to work. And we know that before runtime. Like before, at least the way that I'm doing it. But again, it's just totally my advice. I don't want to be like a prophet or like somebody who says they know everything or something like that. I'm not saying that. Gucci? I'm Gucci. Give me a second here, though. But we do need to figure this out. So oh, you know what it is? I know what it is. We're not in a scene tree. When does this... This is the only time. Add child. Right. Right. So we could say... We can also do that here. So we can do this. But that's why the assertion's so good. Because, like, it's letting me know the thing that I'm talking about. So it's null still. Oh, you know what? We might want to do it on init. If we put what does initialization happen? Is it instantiate? Yeah, see that's pack string. Let's see if it's the ambulance. It's the rogue vehicle I had in the scene tree over here. Yeah. I was like, this should be fine. It made me a liar. Codex with the raid.
Cool. Yeah, cool. You think it's cool?
You do a shout out.
It's cool. It's not cool.
I've got damped harmonic oscillation. I'll just pretend like I know what that means. You do a shout out. What was 2 minutes delayed? Wobble back to level. Gotcha. Oh, the raid message was late? That's weird. My stream must be late for you then. Because it just happened for me. But that's Twitch for you. Let me just double check that. 1, 2. Yes, about a 2 or 3 second delay. Yeah, Twitch. That's Twitch! Thank you for the raid. Let me do a shout out to Codex. Gotta do the silly voice thing here. Shout out to Codex. 97.8. Bob and Susie's in the morning. Well, that's nice. Is the player controller starting to feel good? Okay, so now we have the path follow, so we're setting it from the parent to the child instead of the other way around. Now we know who's setting it. We have the assertion to check in case, blah, blah, blah. We have the path follows that are added. So now we know we have a path follow. So here's the deal. Here is the deal. We need to know the directions that we're traveling. So the way we could get it from the vehicle's viewpoint is we check the path follow. So we might need to have the reference to the path as well. We might need to have a reference to the path as well. I think we will. Because we're going to need to know... We can send it to the vehicle. That's how we could start the... Start direction. We'll use a bool for now. Okay. And I guess we'll put a speed here for now. And let's make it like half a meter. I don't know, per... I don't know. We'll start with something. Now we can tween it. If we tween the path follow, we just have to interrupt the tween. That's fine. So start. Okay. Okay. Are you still doing the Friday gameplays? Yeah, if I remember. Nobody's been calling me out on it. I've been totally forgetting on certain days. Last Friday, I thought it was Thursday. I completely forgot. But yes, Fridays are the days. 100%. Yeah, totally add it. We can add it to the list. Yeah, that makes sense. Sweet. Yeah, I'll just run it on the VM. It should be fine. City 100. Run it again, see where that error is coming from. $99. It's already added, we don't have to do that. So we don't need to get this anymore. So the load should be slightly faster now. Still gonna be a little jerky. There we go. Okay, so little tiny cars everywhere. So what we're trying to do now is we need to determine the direction, the side of the road that they're going to be on based on the direction that they're ultimately heading. Hopefully that works. There's a better way to figure this out. So we could possibly, if this is really rough, so it's possible we're going to end up with cars on the wrong side of the road, going the wrong direction. One other way we could do this is to simply say, if we grab the two starting points on a path 3D, we should be able to judge the direction that that's going, right? And then based off of that, go, okay, they're going cardinal east to west, or west to east, north to south, or south to west, right? And then from that we can go, okay, they should be on this side of the road. I think that's probably the easiest way to do this. Okay, so in that case, so we're updating the path 3D curve points here. So now we should be able to say, once we've done this, we can grab the first two curves and go, okay, what is our cardinal? So the A star here, so we say path point 0 and then path point 1, and then we can just judge them. I guess we could just... Can we do a direction too? What is this going to give us? A normalized vector pointing to this vector 2. Normalized. Let's print them out and see what we get. I appreciate the raid. So dude, you're doing game development now. What's it like? It's kind of fun, right? It's fun, like, it's fun in this weird way where... But it sounds like maybe you've done something like this before though, right? Okay, so now we have some cardinal directions. Except look at this. WTF, mate? That's noise. It's noise, brah. It's noise too, brah. Maybe we should dump these ones for now. That's not clean data. What is this? What is this? What's this? What's this? It's poopy pants everywhere. Let's get it and then normalize it again. We'll just normalize it twice. Let's normalize the supposedly normalized. Bro, it's an angle. Ah, it's on a. It's starting on a turn. Well, what we can still do is check the positive and the negative value, and use that to determine the direction, I think. Yes. Okay. So var direction 2 vector 2 equals this. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. So then we need to do some sort of check here. And I'm just going to guess initially about how this works. Now, if on the X we are going positive, we're going this way, we should be on, in the States, we would be on the bottom part of the road if we're looking at it from above, okay? And if that's not true, so it's a number greater than, or a positive number, let's say, but it can't be 0. Ugh. If direction 2, just looking at our data here, X is greater than 0, then something, We know something about it. If direction to y is greater than something. Now, if it's not, so let's just do this. If direction x does not equal 0, and, okay, about that, that's fine. This is a real jank way to do this. I never feel good about doing this kind of thing because floats can make weird things happen. So we could just clamp. What? Okay, let's just try this real quick just to see what we end up here if we do this. Print debug. Okay. Basically, I'm going to tell the car what side of the road it's on, and then we're going to say, okay, start driving. So we're just going to get a bunch of cars going everywhere. And the first thing we're going to check is they're going to overlap everybody. They're not going to care about anybody. They're just going to be moving, right? We just want to make sure the road direction is correct for everybody. That's what we're going to primarily be looking at. That seems to have cleaned us up. Just making it vec2i fixed it. Okay. So if direction to x does not equal 0 and it's greater than something, then we know a direction, and we have direction. So what we're gonna do is let's put this into some sort of static class, because we're gonna start sharing a lot of okay, so we're gonna say class name config, and then we're gonna have this enum here. So now we can grab that anywhere, get rid of it here. Now everything's gonna break that points to, that talks to this. It should, but we're not seeing that because something else is broken. This, okay. Okay, yeah, so now we got a bunch of red. So anything that's direction dot is now going to be config dot direction. Replace all. And that's fixed. Except down here. Okay. So that's fixed. So let's just run the game again, make sure everything's still cool. Okay. Yeah, see, we got these cars like out in the middle of the out in the middle of the road. They're like in the middle of turns or something. Okay. Okay, so now that we have that, the reason why I wanted to do that is because now we can refer to that in the vehicle code and here from the same enum. So then we say config. So if we're a positive X, we're going this way. Config direction. Oh, but see, it's not direction. It's side of the road. Roadside. What do we call this? We're going to be adjusting the Jampley. I was offline in a cave in a while. It was good. We got 6th place, 4th in originality, and 4th in something else. I can't remember what it was. We did pretty good. Ended up with a complete game. and it's actually kind of fun. You can if you want, you can play it. Send you a link. Cricket, Rootin' Tubin. Here you go, bud. Watch out if you want to check it out. Actually, I haven't checked the stats on it in a while. 6, nice. Never did that well in Jam. There was only 56 entries, and I didn't realize I could have had everybody vote, which explains something. I'm not gonna throw shade at anybody though, but I was like, oh, okay. We're gonna say bottom, top, and bottom for roadside, I guess. Since the way we're gonna think about this is, if my potato can run it, I'll play it. It hopefully should. I've learned even more about performance stuff for Godot that I could do to vastly improve specifically the GPU RAM usage. Man, it was yesterday. It was on Monday when I was working on the game, the baking game with my daughter. And the running, this is particularly when you're using, have no GPU. Hopefully it'll run okay for you. I'm curious to see how it runs for you, but I know some things now. I can make it need even less, significantly less RAM. But I was doing this jam game thing with my daughter, or not a jam game. It's just like a baking game that we're making together. And the mesh, I'm using a bunch of assets from the same person, and the meshes all use the same texture, but they're in different sets. And so I wrote an import script that basically said, okay, this is your material, and you're all using the same texture now. And it dropped the GPU running memory from 16 megabytes to 70. What was it? Half a meg, a little over half a meg for the requirements in terms of video memory. So big gain doing that. So roadside bottom. Game's still loading. I'm crossing my fingers. It's a big initial load. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Oh, yeah. That'll do it. And there's so much in that game that doesn't need to be there. One big bunch of elifs and ifs and other elif. And then one more. So if y is negative, then roadside is top. And if y is positive, or yeah, top, and then if y is positive, it's bottom. Okay. So now we have that determined. So now on the vehicle, we can say we have the vehicle pool here, same index, start, and then we say this roadside. Okay, so now on the vehicle, we're just going to print roadside. So we're going to get a 0 or a bunch of zeros or ones for now. We can actually say values. I need to check my cameras. Sounds like somebody's in our yard. That's weird. Yeah. Okay, so we have a bunch of zeros or ones. What are we going to do with that? We are going to adjust our vehicles. So in the scene, let's run it again. We are going to adjust the vehicles. So we have a path here. It's the H offset. And we were messing around with this. What number did we end up with? Like point... Was it like a 1 or 15 or something? So we have H offset. The path follow 3D. So we say match roadside. And we say config roadside top. Path follow H offset equals negative 0.25. And if it's bottom, we do positive of the same number. This is a magic number. I know. Pirate software, blah, blah, blah. I saw a video. I know. I know. Well, he's right. I know. Okay, so now, hopefully, we have a bunch of cars on different sides of the road. Curioso and Curioso. Let's check the scene tree. Something's not right. Uh-huh. 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 Is it H offset? Is it such a small amount that it's not noticeable? I must be able to zoom in. Let's take our camera and zoom in a bit. Something's funky. Let's check our vehicle positions. I'm wondering if this is see, we're not going to be able to tell from this, are we? We can pick it from the scene. Let's pick one. This one right here. So this one right here is using this path follow here. It's a garbage truck. It looks like a garbage truck even from here. H offset is it the V offset? No, it was the H offset. So if I change it to negative 20.25, what changes about its position? Yeah. Why aren't we seeing that? Oh, you know what it is? Our comparison for direction needs both shit. Okay, I'll be right back. I got a tinkle. I'm gonna put some music on. All right, guys, I'm just heating up some dinner. Jampley, I'm curious if it worked for you. All right, I'm back. Let's do this. My dogs have conquered the dog boarding challenge. Did fantastic. Hell yeah. Did they make any friends? Okay, well, regardless of all that, yeah, he said they played a lot, so big wins. Nice. What we should be able to do is tween. Var, tween. Let's get these cars moving. Create tween. This is going to be complete madness, though. I'm going to hide my face right now because I am stuffing it full of food. But let's get these cars moving, at least. We're trying to fix the side of the road that they're on, but we realized that there's a little bit more to it than I was hoping. But it's not that big of a deal. It's just the comparison. I don't know. There's got to be an easy way to do this. I just don't know what it is. I think it was as simple as doing math between the two cardinal directions and then looking at the result and figuring it out that way. It might have been that. But anyways, let's create a tween. And we're going to tween the path follow. And it's going to be tween. I hated this tween property. And we're tweening path follow, and we're specifically going to talk to, I forget what it's called. Progress. We're going to do it in meters. And so we have to get the length. So how do we get the length of progress? The distance from the measured in. Yep. Well, for now we could just loop it. Can we do this for infinity? We have ratio. I guess if we know the total distance for the path follow, we could do it that way. We could give that to start. Thoughts. The voice actor needs an Oscar. I love it. The game ran at like 10 FPS, but it was playable, kind of. Jamply. All right. Thank you. You're the perfect potato tester then. I do want to make changes to the game to try and improve it for you. If you don't mind, sometime when I see you in chat, I'll be like, "Hey, dude, try it again," or dudette. If you don't mind, I might hit you up for that. I forget, Gently, do you stream? I don't have you marked as streamer. It doesn't look like it. Okay. They can themselves always check if they are on the right side of the road based on their direction. Yeah, that's what I have to figure out how to determine is the direction they're heading. That's the part that I'm like trying to get squared away. No, just a poor game dev. So, yeah, I'll hit you up. Because I do have the one trick that will significantly improve the performance. I could actually... I don't want to get distracted, but I could do that right now. But maybe I'll do it offline. It's all about that video RAM, man. Lowering that video RAM is a huge thing. But there's a ton of other things I could do, like the draw, like I could have like a resolution slider for you, for instance. There's stuff I can add. Even do draw distance slider. Dude, this food looks amazing. Yeah. So figuring out the side of the road based on the direction is what I'm kind of stuck on right now. Thanks, Jambly. City. So if we get a bunch of point paths, these are just IDs. Oh no, there's no real way of knowing. Can I ask the path 3D, I wonder? Let's check path 3D. See, I'm wondering if I can ask something, what is the distance of this whole thing? I gotta be able to ask path 3D, right? Like length? Oh, maybe the curve has it? Maybe the curve has it. Bake interval, point count. Is there anything about distance? Length. Get baked length. Returns the total length of the curve based on the cached points. It's an approximation. Okay. So float. And then over here, when we say start and we give it the roadside, which is wrong right now, we're going to get the baked length from our path 3D pool. Nathir! Pretty close, buddy. You're getting there. It's okay. Progress. Progress. See, this is the speed, but we have to figure this out. We have the length, the distance, final value, duration. So it's the duration that we have to figure out. Final value is the distance we're trying to go. Duration is distance by something. And we multiply it. If we multiply, all right. I think this is going to make some very fast cars going on. Ah! Okay. Look at that. Hang on. They have sides. They have road sides. Okay. They're all just driving to their destinations and then they're going to stop. So they do have road sides. Why weren't we seeing it? It must be something about the scene being instantiated. That's what it was. Start wasn't, had something about the not following the path follow. Okay, so we do have sides. As we saw, though, they don't appear to be doing anything proper. And then our offset is bad, right? So we need to fix that. We can do that right now. That's the road. We'll just adjust the grid map to match the... Oh, but if we adjust the grid map, that's gonna... We have to adjust the entire... Oh, you know what the easiest way to do this is? We're gonna change vehicle paths to a Node 3D. Are you guys seeing this? You guys seeing this world come alive? Maybe? Alright, let's throw it again. Little cars going everywhere. Is the performance on the stream okay for you guys? It's running a smooth for me, but I don't know how it's looking for you guys. It's everything's really small though. The compression's probably not doing any favors. Let's adjust the offset of this. So if we do something like 1, yeah, it's half. And then we got to bring it down by 0.5. There we go. Now we got cars on the road. Okay. So they're on the road. The offset's a little bit too much. 0.25 is a bit too much, so we got to adjust that. They're going a bit too fast as well. Everyone's got the same speed. We obviously don't want that. Yeah, it's coming. Oh, that opposite. We want to go the opposite. That's not that fast. Slow down. Not like that. It does look cool. We're like building Sim City. So now we gotta get the direction right. Please excuse me while I stuff my face. Is it okay if I watch like a Gamescom thing or something? You guys gonna get mad at me if I do that? Oh, I also don't want to get accused of, I guess I have to show my face. Everything's on the up and up. I'm not... There are no hands on the on LLM. Everyone calm down. Yeah. No. Yeah. If you got any, if you need anything, let me know. I'll try and point you in the right direction. Let's try lowering it down to just 0.2. And just zoom it in on my face. Just my eyes. 0.2 looks good. Let's free up the camera. Can we zoom in? I don't know how to get down there. How do you move the camera around in this thing? There's our cars going everywhere. Wow. Okay. So let's just get looping going. So when they reach their destination, so we're gonna have a signal. Tween has a finished signal. And we're just going to call start again. And you know what we're going to do? We're going to bind the roadside and the distance. Look at that. We're just repeating ourselves. So now we've just created an infinite loop, basically. So here's something we could do. Caesar, X, what's up? Me, I don't know why my my other monitor is off. Must be the oh, I can't get over there. Scroll. There we go. Okay. I always miss the other station that I'm streaming on. The other place that I'm streaming to, which I'm not allowed to name. It uses a scripting language called GDScript. However, Godot allows you through something called GD extension to use pretty much any language you can think of. Rust, C++, Lua, C Sharp. Although C Sharp doesn't use GD extension, it's just there's a mono version of Godot you can download. Yeah. Although soon, I believe C Sharp pretty soon is going to use GD extension. Which is how they're going to get web exports going, I believe. Because that's the funny thing is, any language that's GD extension, I believe you can do web exports for. Dude, they batter this in, or they soak this thing in some sort of beer, because I can taste it in the meat. Okay. So what we should do is reset progress. Progress equals 0 at the start. And now we should just have infinite traffic. It should just go on and on and on. And it looks like it's working. Oops, I don't want to record. Oh, that's the camera. I thought that was recording. So look at that. It just goes on forever, and the cars will disappear when they reach their destination, and then they'll loop back. So now what we need to do is we need to get the sides correct, the road sides that they're on, the directions. Because they're just willy-nilly, and they're not colliding, right? So that'll be the next thing once we get the sides going. Molestia, thank you. So let's figure out what's wrong with the sides. Maybe let's just try flipping it on the Y. So we'll go top here and bottom here, and maybe that'll do it. Nope. Okay. Let's look at the direction that we're getting. Side. Direction. Side. Okay. All right, I'm trying both arrangements on the comparison of the X and the Y. No. Just to confirm, let's take a look at our paths, our actual paths. Let's run this inside of Godot, in the inside of the window of Godot, and then look at the remote scene tree here, and let's just click on one of these paths and see what. Hopefully, we can see where it's built. Ah, shit! It won't paint it like it does in the editor. Damn. The nice thing about this is such low so we're 6 megs of video RAM. Not bad. And then but the other thing is where is the monitors here? We might be able to, based on the direction of the camera is, we can call, like we can not, we can basically do the path follow without the car. Like we can, there's ways of doing this that'll, okay, but for now I'm not going to worry about it. Oops. Direction. What's going to be really cool is when we're going to fly through this. We're going to get this going, and then we're going to put our player controller in it, and we'll be able to fly around in this stuff. That'll be sweet. Where's our friend the tractor? Where's the damn Jacob, how do I figure this out? Just gotta think about it. We can't add any of the complexity I'd like to add until we get the correct sides going. All right, here's what we'll do to break this down a little bit. Let's just do one of these. We'll only add the vehicle for one side and just see what's going on here. So this is bottom. So far, it looks like everything is correct. Okay, so let's try the next one. Top. That's wrong. Well, I'll be. Okay. Now let's try. Okay, that's right. Are they all just bottom? It looks like it. That's weird, right? All right, let's run it. I don't get it. Most of it's right, but like one or two are wrong. It's got to be the turns. It's got to be the turns. Something I'm not understanding about. Thanks, Jacob. I think we need to build see, there's like one or two vehicles that just end up on the wrong road. I'm trying to catch them when it happens. Ah. Yeah, exactly. We have to destroy it. We have to destroy. Yep. Gotta disable elderly woman. Break elderly women hips. These people don't have fucking moms. Who the I'm sorry, Jacob, but who treats ah, man. How disgusting do you have to be? Don't bring it up. Dude, there's a tractor that just went the wrong way. I think if we lower the number of cars, I can catch this happening on a smaller scale. Okay, that little bastard. It's these ones that start out at intersections. Okay. So then we're not going to say... We're going to say vector 2. We'll catch it. Then we'll nest this. And then we'll say, we don't need this check anymore here. And basically we need to re-roll those when we get one that's in the middle of an intersection. This is it. Let's try it again. I think we got it. They're respawning, yeah. Look at that one, just stuck there. Oh, that's because we don't want them. So let's let's make them invisible. So those are the ones that those are the ones that are coming in at an angle. I think we got it. So now I just need to go back and holy shit! You know what this means? This means I get to do the intersections. Oh my god, I'm so excited to do that. But yeah, they do pop out of existence. The plan is to eventually have parking structures that they go down into and then pull out of when they first spawn in. And those parking structures will be the spawn points for vehicles in the game. I love intersecting. I want to intersect with everybody. I see sweat. Dude, it's so hot down here. It's it was 103 yesterday. Oh, I see sweet. Oh, sorry. I auto-corrected for you. I thought I was auto-correcting for you. Okay. So we just need some way of... My grammar was bad. All right. So I'm just realizing there's a little bit of typing on the phone makes it worse. Okay. So what we can do is re-roll and test these directions here in here. And then re-roll it if we don't like the number. Point path A, point path B. So we're in this while loop here. This is where we should do it. But we haven't built the point out. So we almost need to say... we might have to do this. We might have to make this a function. I think we do. All right, well, we're going to skip it for now. I'll come back to it. I had a vivid dream about my I shouldn't share that. Anyways, okay. So now we need to we need to set up some physics stuff. In order for the stoplights to work, a bunch of things have to work. The main thing is the vehicles need to brake if they're going to collide with a neighbor. And also, when we set down in the areas where there are intersections, the road type is a specific thing. We have to create intersection like logic lights. Nothing complicated. They're just going to turn on and off on a pattern. We'll start it out random. Which one's going first? So let's build that out. We'll just create a scene. And intersection. So the plan here is we're gonna grab a road. Let's just grab the grid map here and paste it in. Okay. And we're gonna put a mock intersection in. And let's go ahead and offset this because we're going to put this in the center of the cell. You know what? No. We'll just build it around the knowledge that it starts in the top corner there. There's where our piece was. Are you seeing that? You know how I was like, where's this piece? There's like a phantom piece. There it was. Okay. So let's is there an easy way to clear a grid map? There's like a big selector thing, right? Here we go. I don't want to delete the node roadmap. I want to erase what we've selected. Okay. So here's our intersection. And what we want to do is do we just rotate it? Do we make multiple intersection types? Or do we just turn them on and off depending on the direction? We'll figure it out. But we need multiple static bodies. Now we're gonna need 4. Shape, collision shape, 4. Okay. Now we need a quab and a quab and a quab and another quab. Excellent. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Now for these quabs, why am I doing all this? I guess I don't need to be doing this for the No. You know what? No, it's fine. We still needed the pathfinding. Yeah. I guess I could optimize what I was doing a little bit. Okay, so the north, let's try the other collision bodies. We just want the north one. And we'll make a shape for it. We'll adjust it. And, All right, up. And our depth is 0.25. There we go. Okay, and then this is 0.5. This might need some tweaking. If we use the same shape, the exact same shape, it should work. Let's see. This is technically south. See, this is going to be a little confusing to get the logic right. Okay. So if we copy this shape and we apply it to each of these, and then we just rotate, so east, what do we need? 0.5. So we put the same transform, 0.5, 0.5. Why are we in the center right now? Paste. We didn't paste the transform. Oh, if we just copy the pleasant, there we go. That's way easier. Delete all these. Delete this. Okay. Now east, we just rotate 90. Opposite way. 270. So that's the east light. And same transform here, 0.5. So what the hell am I doing? We're setting up collisions so that these are going to turn on and off just like lights. Okay? So when the car senses a collision with this shape, it's going to apply its brakes. And if it doesn't, if it's like, oh, I'm not colliding with that anymore, it's going to keep going and following its path, right? Instant stoplights. We just have to set them on timers. Now, the other thing that we need to do is we need an entire area collision shape that's separate from that. That is, I am traveling through an intersection and we detect when a car has left that to be like, okay, I now care about lights again. Because otherwise, I'm excited to show my wife this. This is something that's going to be really cool. I think she'll think that, hopefully. Okay. So that's the basic idea there. And now I should be able to, if I adjust this shape, like if I say 0.5, they should all adjust, which is good. And then, for instance, I can bring them up by 0.5. But this is different on each one, is 0.25. There we go. So do all of them like that. Transform 0.25. Okay. So there's our traffic lights. Now we need to set up collisions. We need to have names for collisions in our physics space. We're going to reserve the first 5 for player stuff that we don't know about yet. And for the other ones, this is where we'll have the lights. I almost think we should dump them on the back and bring them in backwards. So that the ones that are like player specific always come first. And these other ones are in the back. But lights. Traffic light. Car. How about car first? Vehicle. Traffic light. Okay. 2 different things. If we're dedicated to crossing an intersection, we are not going to care about traffic lights. How about that? Intersection. Once we leave the intersection, then we start caring about traffic lights again. So that'll be changing the mask of the vehicle. So then these are traffic lights. So we have to assign these as such. So collision here, we are traffic light. And we are not going to... Yeah, that's just who we are. Now, should this be a static body? No, this should just be an area, right? This is the wrong type. Yeah, let's change all the types here. These are just areas. They're like invisible. Static body would mean we could run into it and stop. Okay. Okay. So there's our traffic lights. So now we're going to create an intersection script. Let's go ahead and save this scene over in scenes. And we'll create a script for this thing. Intersection. All right. So we'll have a bunch of exports here. For the lights. North. Light. North static. It's not a static body. North area 3D equals area 3D. Then we'll do this with all four. Var. And we'll go bump, bump, bump. East. South. I am excited about this. What time is it? Damn it. West. North, east, south, and west. I need to get some boilerplate. This is why I got to get back into Vim. Because there's so many things I repeat. Okay. All set there. So what we need to do is when we grep the the design city, and the other thing about this it'll let us do is place the lights dynamically as well, and we can dynamically control the lights as well using this scene. So, but what I was trying to say is when we go through each cell, we'll determine if it's an intersection, and we'll determine the direction of everything, and we'll place the lights in, and we'll determine the flow of the... And actually, an intersection, it can always be running. Because even if it's a three-way, I don't even have to care if it's a three-way or a four-way. It can just be running, because if it's a three-way, then you can't cross the road onto the other side. So... and we wouldn't build a path that way, anywho. So we don't really need to care about three-way or four-way until we start putting in lights. Even then, the lights might kind of look the same. I don't know. Just because we're dealing with such low fidelity. Okay, so now what we need is a timer. I wish this would just be implied. Like that. I don't know. I don't know. Okay. So now we need to alternate. Oh, shit. This is a little more complicated. So, okay. Real traffic lights would be like, oh, you can turn left right now. But in our case, we're only going to have one intersection, one thing available at a time to go, which is horribly inefficient for our needs. For what I mean is, if you were going north here, which would be this way, if you were going, so let's turn the light on here to let you go north. So south light turns off. This collision box turns off, and now you could travel north, and you could also travel. My brain, west or east, right? But we should also allow here for people who want to go south to be able to go south. So that's one thing we're not going to have happen automatically with this behavior. But we could. And actually, what's funny is we kind of need to, because we're dealing with city traffic, right? So, so if we don't have that, it's actually going to affect the traffic of the game. Okay. So we have a timer. Let's set our current traffic. So we're going to have an enum. I guess we have global direction. We can use that. Var current, and this is both of these are internal. Current direction. What's crazy about this is it's just gonna live and breathe on its own. I believe. I could be wrong. A lot of things have to work for this to work. And initially what's going to happen is all the cars are going to pile up on top of each other when they get to a light that's off, and then they'll all go together. So it'll look like one big car going together. So, because we have to get the car collisions going, but before we can do that, we have to spawn them when there's no car around, right? Because I'm not having them come up. So there's a bunch of little things that we have to kind of figure. Current direction. And I think we can RNG. Pick random. And I think keys is what we want. No, values, because we're setting the... I think that's right. Let's print current direction. And just run the scene. Yeah, okay, it's values. Okay. So we pick a random current direction just on the existence of the intersection. Now we're going to start a timer. And see, I think let's do every 5 seconds for now. Is stop timeout. Change lights. So I have a function called change lights. Okay. And we actually want to call this initially because we want to set up the lights. They kind of have to, we got to get a mise en place in order. Mise en place. So based on our current direction, match current direction. And I guess we'll just increment. So at the end here, do we just go clockwise? I actually don't know. These are the things I don't know about, like city, like lights. I've never thought about it. I gotta text my wife and make sure everything's okay. God, she could have texted me this whole time. I wouldn't have known. And she did. Okay. It sucks. So if we're going north, and there's a cleaner way to do this. We say monitorable false for south. Now we've turned off south. Okay. If we're going east, then we're going to turn off west. And so on. And if we're going south, then it's north. And if it's west, then it's east. Is that right? Yeah. And then the other thing is now that so current direction, we're just going to manually assign. Or we could do it, I mean, we can be clever about this and wrap the value and increment by 1. But to follow the logic more easily, I'm going to say current direction equals, and I'm going to assign it. And we're just going to go clockwise. So we just say east is the next one. And so on and so forth. But there's a problem here, if you can see, and that is that we need to we need to re-enable the previous one we came from. So if we always know that we're going to do this in the same order, then we can also trust that we can just say, okay, the last one we came from was west, and west had us make the east area monitorable false, so we'll put it back to true. I think so, Sean. I think so. Let me show you the what we got going on here. So we have oops. What do I do wrong? There we go. Here we go. So we have this a bunch of cars going everywhere right now. And we're how do I move? Dude, this camera stuff is always throwing me off. There we go. Like that. Then we zoom in. How do we get over there? God, I hate and then like that. Forward. Like this. There we go. There we go. So now we're working on. It's coming. I'm working on the stoplights right now, and then we'll work on the cars braking for each other, and then we'll assign different speeds to them and tween and all that kind of stuff. And then we got to set up the curves on the path. We don't have that right now. They're just doing these sharp turns and everything. Yeah. So this is it's coming along. And they're just sort of disappearing, but that's fine for now. So we know we came from north. We know we came from oh, but north we set south, so we got it's south. And then this one was west. And then this one was north. Okay, so that's our lights turning on and off. So every 5 seconds, and initially we turn one of them off. We set a random light to be the first one that's on, and now the lights will turn on and off. And to test this, and by on and off lights, I mean just these collision areas. Traffic is going to matter for. Okay, so traffic is going to be automaton and deterministic, with the hope that it's not, you as the player won't really recognize that. No, it's not per car. It's for the intersections. The car only has one. So that, but then we're gonna have scripted events and things that, like cops that are chasing something, and hopefully when the roads are big enough, which they aren't right now, they'll be weaving around stuff, and they're gonna be checking for they're gonna be on a path, on a 3D path that they'll follow, that's not from some pre-baked thing that I'm giving it, like with traffic. So yeah, every car right now has one collision body, but they're not really colliding with anything just yet. Okay. Speaking of that, oh shit. I was yeah, this is running really smooth. This is 1,000 cars going about their business. It's not quite 1,000 because I'm calling some of them when they're starting in the middle of the intersection, because I can't determine their direction properly and they end up going on the wrong side of the road. So I have to fix that, but I have to make a function to call instead of the way I'm doing it right now. But I don't want to. It's like, okay, we got it. Like, well, I'll get it. But it's not important right now. So it's probably. I could do a count actually. It's close to 1,000 though. It's yeah, exactly. So our lights are changing. These are our lights. We're turning on and off the collision area. So now on the car, so this is on the import script. I'm trying to, right. It's hard sometimes when you're making a game, like you just, I don't know. And then at a certain point when you're actually making the game, like when you're really making the game, it's like, okay, it can get tough to know exactly where to, especially when you're like at the 95% part where it's 90% of the work is polish, right? And so it's like, that's where it's like, okay, where exactly should I be spending my time? I was going to ask you, so this is the first game that you've coded, is that right? Oh, the first time you're working on game dev? Yeah, it's exciting. It's like a different feeling than like coding's. Oh, I just improved the way that a table does some shit. It's like, oh, cool. Like, what does that matter? But with games, it's like, oh, damn, I just quadrupled the frame rate, or like, you know, I've got this cool thing going now, and like, you know, there's like this like, and it's tangible. It's like this thing you can look at and you can poke it and it responds to you. It's so cool. Edutainment stuff with Flash back in the day. Right, yeah. Yeah, I think I remember you saying that. I feel like that was Jacob had mentioned some of the Flash games that he had made, which are actually really good. 500K students playing the games, but it was stuff like reading or math games, not really high fidelity or expressive to this extent. Yeah. Yeah, now educational stuff combined with like man, there could be do some really interesting stuff. I don't know though. You say, oh, let's throw an LLM on something, and then suddenly you have Darth Vader in Fortnite saying the N-word. You know, like it's like, let's just throw an LLM then there for kids, and then suddenly they're learning about like some horrible thing. Edutainment was lit. It's fun though. I really enjoyed that part. Carmen Sandiego too. Yeah, man, Carmen Sandiego. Yeah, dude, I loved Where in the World Was Carmen Sandiego, the PBS show. That was like, oh, I wish I could be on that show. I always wanted one of those jackets. And that you can't get that show. Like, it was public broadcasting, and you can't buy the show anywhere. What the fuck? I don't understand how that happens. Like, how does that happen that you can't buy, hey, just like, they just print them or something, and it's just like, I don't care that it's on a DVD-R, but I want all of the episodes of Carmen Sandiego, and here's the money. You know? It, 100%. That would be funny. Is that like in the Carmen Sandiego Bible? That she never goes to San Diego? That's like you guys always guessing AOL when I had the trivia. There's always the one guy is she in San Diego? Yeah, it's just really poor quality VHS codecs. I've checked it out. It's like clearly recorded on, you know, what were the 3 different qualities of VHS? I forget what they were called. But it was like absolutely the 3rd time it was recorded in like the low quality. I did. I never said anything not caring about the quality. No, I was talking about just like if it was on like a DVR. Like a DVD-R. Well, no, not. That's not what I meant when I said that. I was talking specifically about the media that I would get it on. Like what I'm saying is, I don't care if it's just a DVD-R with like Carmen Sandiego written on it, but so long as it's like the broadcast quality, you know, like those VHS ones, I can barely even hear what they're saying because the audio is so muddled. It was like sitting in someone's basement for like a year before it even, or years before it even got transferred to digital. All right. So now I'm just going to throw a camera on here. Are collisions represented with their, whether they're active or not, or monitorable or not? No, there's no indication. So yeah, vehicles. We were talking about vehicles. What we want to do is on our vehicle. So like if we have, go to our trusty ambulance. Here. So we have to set the collision here, what this is going to collide with, or just what it is, which would be, it's a vehicle, and we want it to mask with traffic light. So how do we copy bit 5 value 32? How do you flip bits in import vehicle, static body? Is it static body? Is that what we want? Or do we want it to be an area? How do you do bit masking in ads and all? Yeah, yeah. We've got one that has an airing of Jurassic Park, and the one of the ads is a promo for Independence Day. Nice. Okay, well, we know that it's going to be 32. And we know that it's going to be 64. And now let's save it and re-import our vehicles one more time. Yes. Let's try tractor. God damn it. Oh, car. I did 23. I typed it wrong. Okay. Typed it wrong. Close this. Don't save. Don't save. Okay. Now, van. Delivery. And ambulance. Wham! Okay, and let's just choose SUV. Instantiate. Whoops, we don't want to do that. Set this. No. There we go. The fuck? Ah, it didn't save. Damn it. Ah, I gotta do it again. Van. I really wish it would know you've changed the import script and then re-import just from that. Wouldn't that be nice? There we go. Okay, so we are a car and we mask with traffic light. Okay. So now we need to connect behavior to a static body. So let's do... Static body 3D. And I guess we can assign this. Gotta do an import again. Once we set script, scene, we can say can I cast? We set the script here, but it doesn't know what it is.
Oh, that's cool.
Cool?
Yeah, cool. You think
Dude,
it's
JD.
cool? It's cool. It's not cool.
JD was in the chat earlier. We were talking it up. Let me do the official shout out here. Thank you for the raid. I'm still going, JD. Let me show you what I got. Show you what I got. Where's my thing? Shout out to JD Does Dev. Thank you for the raid. Welcome everybody who's come in. We're working on traffic right now for our it's going to be a clone of an old PS1 title called G Police. We have a really basic system here for traffic going. We're about to get lights going. All kinds of things are going to break. Let's see. Scan the file system for changes. No, that's no, that won't do it. I think if I do as, I can cast it. Let me just see. We're looking for static body. So we say scene equals scene as vehicle. Now we have it. So this is how you can do it. So we're testing to make sure it's a Node 3D. If we are, then we're going to say, hey, you're a... after we set the script, we're going to say, hey, you're a vehicle. Because the script is what gives it that. But now we've cast it as a vehicle here. So now we have access to all of the extra stuff. So scene static body 3D equals static body here, the one that we create on the import. And now we should be golden. I got not 100% terrible at the level design. It's starting to come together. Now I'm slowly working on the art. So what is the what kind of 2D platforming are we talking here? What kind of like if you were to compare it to something? It's Reverse Jump King. Error. Return a node-derived object. Oh, it has to be a node-derived object when we go back to return it. So return scene as node 3D. So we go like that. So we do all that to then trick it back to... There's got to be a better way to do the imports. Let's just try it as node. It doesn't like this. Whoa, what did this break? It's almost like it broke the... This is bizarre. Like, that's okay. Let's get rid of this. And why can't we re-import? You know what? I'm going to reload Godot. This is one of those, I think Godot is having an aneurysm kind of things. It might be because I have it as a tool and something about it freaked out. Post import script. Did you return a node derived import? What is going on? How could this have hard broken? I think what I need to do is delete all of the prior imports. Like if I open up the folder, is the Game Jam version, but I'm making it much gooder. Can I play this on Friday? Is it okay if I play this on Friday, JD? Because I play people's games on Friday. I'm going to play it on Friday. I don't even have to ask your permission. Huh! That's what I say. All right, let's go into our car kit here, and we're just going to get all of the import files and nuke them. Try again. This is one way we could force a re-import without having to, like, go in. So it's fine right now. That's funny. Let's Scene. Okay, well, let's just open up Wambulance. And then... Well, look at this. Where is our friend? Oh, it doesn't know. What? What is going on here? That's it. Import. Did you return in the post-import method? Return scene. Oh, it's not saved. No, it is. It's got a UID for the script. Maybe we delete that. What happens if we do that? Did we break something? Didn't like that. What if we duplicate it? This is weird. We're in a weird spot right now. Okay. Something is wrong with the script. Yeah. Okay, we see it. I see the problem. It's been here the whole time. It's in the room with us. Is it in the room with us right now? Yes. It is. So, it's this. Scene equals scene as vehicle. Now we can say static body 3D without any yelling. But then something else breaks when we do this. Re-import. There we go. 20. Invalid assignment of property or key static body 3 with the value of static body 3D on the base node vehicle. What the hell are you talking about? It's a static body 3D, bruh. Oh, I must have spelled it wrong? No. I don't know what you're talking about. Invalid assignment of property keys. What? You want to go? You want to go to? It's go town. Want to go? It's go time. It's go time. Fine. On the base object of type node 3D parentheses vehicle. Why does it care? Oh, we want to do this after we add it to the scene, I bet. Nope. 32, still don't like it. Still don't like it. Like he's an aggressive hype man, but he's confused. So what we could do is we could just put this inside the See, I don't like that. I want to pre-bake this stuff. That's what I want to do. It's just what I want to do. He is a hater. Mom's fighting. Mom and Dad are yelling. Fine. All this because I don't want to do one thing. Which is, we have a child. It's going to be on all of our friends here. Everyone's watching to see what you will do. Everybody's. And we're going to say vehicle. All right. All set. Now, if we open a vehicle like this view, it's new inherited scene. We have static body as a child. So then we say a static body. This is stupid. I mean, can I? See, I can't point to it. Can I? Can I? If I just have one? See, I've been not doing this because I don't think it would work, but maybe it will. Mayhaps. No, see, it can't because it's a No, wait, it can. Hold on. I just don't know if it's gonna work. So we give it this. And then we assert same thing here. See if it's alive. Static body. Assert. Static body 3D is null. Okay. And let's go ahead and close this. Don't save. And then now we should be able to open up anything. New and inherited scene. Shit. See, it doesn't work. Stupid. But I've opened up SUV. It don't work either. That's the scene. That's why. Okay. All right, fine. All this because I just don't want to do this. Get child. Get node. Okay. Run the game again, real quick. Trying to get traffic lights going, guys. Trying to get traffic lights going. That's what we're doing right now. Oops, we don't want intersection. We want city. They don't appear in output in the debug panel. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff. That's the thing about C# with Godot is you're kind of blind. You have to do some extra work in order to see certain things that and the entire performance profiling stuff you've got to do yourself. These two things are just non-existent. So you need to use VS Studio or Visual Studio or something. Yeah, I can't wait to get intersections going. It's going to break everything initially, but then we're going to have to, we'll fix that once we know it's working. So now that we have static body going, why did we do all that? Well, we did all that because new inherited scene, we wanted a reference to it. to make a connection to a signal. Which is so static body, collision object. So this doesn't give us anything. Child entered tree. So it's not a static body that we want. Let's look at our options. Godot. Docs. Physics body. So we have we must apply forces to it. We don't want that. I think we're just gonna do an area. Thanks for the stream. All right, Jacob. Do I do website reviews? No. No. Sorry, sorry, Sal. What do we have for collision objects? Area 3D. We're gonna go with Area 3D because we know her. She's our friend. She would never let us down. She would never lie to us. Right, baby? Right, baby? You never lie to us. Isn't that right? Isn't that right? Okay, so then this is going to be an area. Isn't that right? Okay, so right now our cars, nothing can hit our cars anyways right now. We'll go from there. If we're only... No, see, we need to... This will be fine. I don't know. We'll see. The performance implications of some of these choices will be interesting. I think maybe what I'll probably do eventually is just do a raycast and occasionally fire it on some sort of timer and be like, is there something? Oh, there is. Is there something? Oh, there is. And then I can just have that on a like a rolling thing where it's not, they're not always on and they're not always firing. And so just occasionally I'm just raycasting. Is there something in front of me? Is there something in front of me? I think that would be enough. I could tweak the number, mess around with it and stuff like that. And then, hell, I could even thread that. But no, you can't thread the physics stuff. I don't think. Okay. The other thing we could do to try and improve performance, speaking of physics, is jolts. We could enable jolts. I know some of the some of the physics stuff is not thread safe. Physics engine jolt. Let's see if this makes a difference. I actually don't know what the current we have to restart. Yeah, I think to do what I'm talking about, I might have to use physics server just to be safe. Okay, let's run it again. It doesn't know what it's talking about. And then let's re-import the vehicles again. Such a pain in the ass. This is nice. The import thing is nice. It's just that I really wish it would be able to tell, hey, you changed the script. Probably want to re-import. Okay, so now if we open up a ambulance, we've got an area 3D, and this gives us, okay, that's what we like. Now let us run the game. Oh, we got to reload. Vehicle line 10. Yep, reload. Assert. It says it's null. That's because we have the wrong name here. Run it again. There we go. Let's look at the debugger. It's pretty much the same. Our process was around 20. Okay. But that's not what we're here for. We're here for connecting to... do we want shape entered? Area entered. Area entered gives us this. So we say func. Okay. All right. Oops, we don't need to. Okay, so now we should be able to see when we enter an area. So let's just print area entered. This should happen as they pass through the intersections. When the light is on. So let's roll it. And we should just see this printing out all over the place. If this is set up proper and working. And all of our collision masking is right. And I never get it right the first time. Every time I do this, it's wrong. Initially. And it's wrong right now. Damn it! Alright, let's see. We are a vehicle. And we mask with traffic light. Okay. Oh, we don't have any traffic lights down. Okay. So what we need to do is we need to place all these traffic lights. So we have this we have the intersection thing, right? Here. So what we want to do is spawn an intersection every time we see one and in the cells. So we're gonna go ahead and we'll just preload it for now. Var intersection. There's no class name for this. There probably should be. Class name intersection. Thank you, Latin. I'm sure. Intersection equals preload. This cannot assign packs into variable. Intersection scene. My bad. So that makes sense. Okay. Packed scene. This is the time or the place to do the other thing. Okay. Alright. So we have our intersection scene. So now we're just going to check when we have one. And we're setting one. So 3-way or a 4-way, it requires an intersection. We instantiate an intersection. Var intersection. There we go. And then we say, we set this to the cell position is a vector 3. This is very good. So then we say intersection position equals cell. And then we add it to the scene. And let's go ahead and create an intersection place node. We're going to call it intersections. Go back up here. He's on fire! Look at the physics settings. Yep, fit is fine, JD Raid. So there's servers for physics and a few other things. And it allows you to poke directly and directly into the physics. You have to do this a lot with the physics stuff too, you'll find over time as you do more like you want certain behaviors to happen a certain way. Integrate forces. Yes, but you can also call right. But like you've got to grab from physics server, sometimes you'll need to grab like you can get a specific resource ID. Right. Like I was using it on the inner tube game. There were two instances that I needed to do it, and now I can't think of what they were, because that's how my brain works. Over time, I just go bye bye. You'll remember you did it, but you won't remember how. Okay, so we're creating the intersections. Now we just need to, on the city, we need to point this there. Add child on null value. I put it there. Oh, you know what we need to do? We have to turn on collisions so we can see them. Debug visible collision shapes. Reload. Cross your fingers, everybody. Hey! Area entered, so that's a good sign. Now let's move the camera around. Okay. What is this? Oh, those are cars that are, yeah, those are the ones that are the angles that I was talking about. Okay. But this is the intersections here. So now when area entered, this is where things are going to get weird. Cross your fingers on all this. We're gonna stop the vehicle when it detects an area entered, and then area exited. It's going to say, "Okay, keep going." And we're hoping that if we turn off the, let's stop the game right now because this is the print. It's the print statement that's specifically slowing everything down. I'm using the physics state that the physics server gives me through a rigid body and just manipulating it. I'm not using the force and torque methods. I let the rigid body implementation handle collisions and angular linear dampening when there's no user input. But on user input, I manage the dampening per axis for a natural flow. Yeah, that's what I'm talking. Yeah, you find that like you end up like, yeah, it's almost like because you're trying to get it to do something that it's like, you know, if you just leave it to nature, I guess you could say, or like leave it to the physics engine, it's always going to be the same way. Because you've set the mass of the body to be X, or and you know and the gravity is this or whatever, and so, but sometimes it's like it doesn't feel right, or it's like no, I want it to kind of, you know, I like dampening, like you're like what you're talking about there. Yeah. Yep. Okay, area exited and area entered. So real easy. What we're gonna do. See, this is the I don't like how they do tweens now, man. I hate it. Because tweens go onto a global place. I think we have to set, you have to set the owner. There's some weird shit I have to do now because I have to reference a tween. Ah. You have to tell it who the, you have to set the scene that instantiated it as like the handler or something. I think it's owner. I think you say owner. 0 matches. God, I hate the way they do. Is it bind node? Might be. Yeah. Most of the tween methods can be chained this way too. In the following example, the tween is bound to the running scripts node. Okay. Let's rewind. Tween can be created by using scene tree create tween or node create tween. Tweens are created manually, i.e. using tween new, are invalid. Tween animation is created by using tweeners in the tween object, blah, 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 blah. The sequence will make the sprite, blah, 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 blah. Before finally calling node queue free to the free the sprite. Okay, because that's what the tweeners are executed one after the another by default. Blah, 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 blah. When a tweener is created with one of the tween star methods, huh? Oh, okay. A chained method can be used to tweak the properties of this tweener. For example, you can set a different transition type to the blah, 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 blah. Most of the tween methods can be chained this way too. In the following example, the tween is bound to the script's running node and the default. Okay, but there's more about binding. Bind node. That's what we're talking about. Binds this tween to the given node. Tweens are processed directly by the scene tree, so they run independent of the animated nodes. When you bind a node with a tween, the tween will halt animation when the object is not inside the tree, and the tween will be automatically killed when the bound object is freed. Also, tween pause bound will make pausing behavior dependent on the bound node. If you do node create tween, doesn't it set the owner for you? If I did my own tweening library, I definitely would have to do it in C++ or in C#, because I've already done tweening through GDScript, and it destroys your process. It murders the process step. And suddenly your everything gets destroyed. Class node method create tween. Why am I on the create tween? Yeah, so node binds it to this node. Bind node self. Get tree create tween bind node. This is equivalent of doing. Okay. Okay. It's still not right. I'm wrong about that. So what I'm talking about is we have a tween going, And I want to stop it. So getting a reference to that tween. If I did make this a glob. Is it enough self-create tween? Is that how we would do that? Or just create tween. We're in the node, so this is bound to us. We're the owner, right? Okay. So area entered. If tween. See, this is, they don't want you doing this. They really discourage what I'm doing here. I'm always hesitant to do this. I guess I could just track if the tween is finished or not. And if it's... Yeah. Unfortunately, this is... Yeah. With GDScript, when you do stuff like that, it just, I mean, it would be too bad. Because it would only, every time it needs to, every time one would finish. Let's do is not null. Because it'll get freed. If tween is not null... Tween pause. Area exited. If tween is not null, area play. Okay, if this works, we're gonna see all these cars pack into each other at the stoplights and then suddenly all go together and it'll just look like one car moving and suddenly our traffic will disappear. And that's a good sign. That's actually means that we're getting it to work. Well, look at that. Look at that. Oh my god. They're all stopping though. Okay, and that must be because when we turn off okay, so okay. So this was something I was concerned about is I'm turning monitorable on and off, and I'm wondering if that means that we never hit area exited. Now, interestingly, we could get the area 3D. Let's make sure that intersection is even doing this. Because this might not even be firing. Yeah, okay, so the timer... Oh, you know what? We're not starting the timer. It does look like SimCity. Timer start. We're not starting the damn timer. And we also want it to loop. Is one shot true by default? What is the default for one shot? False. So it loops. We forgot to start the timer, ladies and gentlemen. For the light bulbs to go and not go. We're not setting a time on the timer, ladies and gentlemen. How dumb am I? Well, let's I'm just like, oh my god, timer, timeout. No, timer. How do you process? Is it wait time? Wait time. Some of these variable names for some of this, I would have done that, but I'm not. Config light time to change. Timer was not added to the scene tree. God, I'm such an idiot. I guess I could just have the timer in the scene tree. Why am I doing it this way? Why am I creating it here? Why? Why not just put it in the scene tree? Absolutely correct. Timer. One shot, no. Auto start on. Start immediately when it enters the scene tree. So we don't need this. We do need this. We do need this for wait time. That means we don't want auto start. Or if we do auto start, no, we don't want auto start. Okay, so all this is good. Export var timer by. Okay, now we should have a timer. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There they go. Hey! Oh! Oh yeah! Okay. So now, let's zoom in just so we can see. I'm all super excited about this. They're all crammed together, which is not what we want, but that's fine for now. There we go. Who did that? Justin helps with the golf clap. Thank you, buddy. Thank you. We got it. Ooh, ooh, ooh. I feel like a little monkey. I feel like one of those YouTube thumbnail videos. That's the thumbnail for this. So there are some issues. I predicted a lot of this. Yeah, some of them are stopping mid intersection. This is what I was talking about, where we have to set it up so that if a car is going through the intersection, it's like, fuck it. I don't care about the lights anymore. I am going. So that way, if it's mid light change, it's just like in real life where you're like, you're turning left and the light turns like, it's like you're at orange and then it turns red. You're like, oh, you just keep going. So we have to have that logic into the car. Otherwise it'll just stop in the middle. Obviously we don't want this to happen. So I've got to put that in, but also now that we have this, we can start, when we, oh man. So when we start the path, because we're just sort of spawning the car at one spot and it's going to despawn at another, spawning air quotes, because we're not even instantiating, we're just, we need to check to see that there's nothing there so that we know, hey, we can go, we can appear. So how do we do that? I guess we set it to not be visible, the mesh. So we set the mesh not to be visible. Sorry about. Yeah. So Codex, I was doing that in GDScript, but it's not, it's actually, it's very not performant. Like, so I was just setting, oh, I'll just set a float for some sort of timer, and then on process, I'll just put the delta on it, and then we'll be golden. But that, in GDScript, because it's a scripting language, that really kills performance very quickly. With a certain number of objects, it's just like, it's not worth it. So you end up, that's the thing about GDScript is you end up thinking, okay, how quick can I get to the engine? Because that's in C++, that's going to be optimized. That's going to be way fucking faster. You know, like avoiding, like if I know that, like if I use an array function that's like has or something, instead of iterating on the array, I'll do that in GDScript because I know it's just way faster. If that makes sense. So you end up having to think like in this kind of weird way about things to try and keep the performance good. God, I miss just being in arrays. When I was in C#, I was just using arrays. It was so nice. This is kind of cool. So we're having... So I guess the first thing we could do is create that logic that I'm talking about where we just say, okay, so here's how that would work for the intersection. Let's go ahead and stop this. And in the intersection, there's going to be one more area 3D. And this is basically going to be the entire intersection. So okay, so this represents the entire intersection. And so we need to have a name for this. But yeah, one thing I find myself doing in GDScript to try and stay performant is just avoiding process _process, the override there, like the plague. Just staying away from that as much as possible. If there's a way I can do the equivalent of an if statement that would have been in process step but is instead a signal or something, that's often a better way to do it than doing it in the process step, because it really starts to add up. I guess it's just the stuff that I make too that it tends to happen. I don't know. Physics 3D. Where's our names? Hey, do I have something searching? Hey, buddy. Did you know you're a handsome dog? Oh, did you know you're a handsome dog? Did you know? You got that ear pain, dude. You gotta let me clean it. Want me to clean your ear? Here, I'm gonna clean it real quick. Okay. Into some gotchas like that at some point. Yeah, it should be... You can... Because you're in C# land, you'll be okay, I think, for a good while, but... arrays for resources, otherwise it'd be extra work since I'm not proc-tinning yet. Yeah. Okay. One thing you'll run into if you grab like something from NuGet or whatever, you're gonna run into a problem of you'll need to get back on the Godot thread, and if you can't figure it out, just let me know, and I'll dig up the stuff that I got to make that happen. It's like 2 lines of code, but it's just sort of like, it's weird. But you'll find, like, if something C# is threaded on its own and not Godot land, that you have to, like, if you want to go back to talk to the scene tree, and here's how you'll know it's happening. You'll ask for something in the scene tree, and it'll be intermittent whether it exists or not. And that is a huge clue to you that you're not on thread. You're like not on the Godot thread, so. Not even sure the built-in C# JSON is good enough or not. Yeah. It's probably way faster for parsing larger things, I would imagine. Or using that. There's a couple of libraries for that too. Where the hell do I set the names? Physics. Why am I not seeing it? Layers, here we go. Navigation, no. Layer names, here we go. Physics. Okay, so layer 8 is intersection. We are intersection. So if we've been at a stoplight and then we go, or we enter an intersection and we weren't at a stoplight, basically, if we enter an intersection and we were never asked to stop in the first place, we're just going to keep going. And I think we may need to add a timer where a light, and I think this is just like real life lights. It's why lights have all these rules. But we're going to have to do something where when the light turns red, air quotes, we have to wait a second. So we have to do another timer, wait like 1 second or 2 seconds, and then turn the other one green, and not do it immediately, because we're going to cause a pileup. So there's a lot of little things still that we have to do for this in order for this to start to live and breathe on its own, but not too much. Not too much. Okay, so we have our intersection area 3D, and we are monitorable, but we're not monitoring. This is another thing that's important when you're doing physics.
What the dog doing?
Is to make sure if you don't need it, don't use it. So make sure if you don't need this to be monitoring anything passing through it, turn that off, because it's just another thing that doesn't have to run for the physics. Especially when you're dealing with volume. He won't let me clean his ear, New Jank. Once a day, if I do that, it really helps him, but he knows it. He knows what it does. Come here, buddy. Come here. Come here, Cal. Come on, bud. It's getting ridiculous, dude. Indeed. All right, I think I have to get him food. I might have to. Give him Benadryl. Yeah, I remember they. I have this funny story about my dog, but not this one. They flipped the prescription. I forget how it happened, but they had the wrong pills in the wrong bottle or something, and we gave our dog way too much volume. And she could not stand straight, and she was walking like she was a sailor on a ship. It was really scary, but in hindsight, it was really funny because she was okay afterwards. I will be right back. I'm gonna get some food for the pup. And you're gonna watch time travel forward here on the screen here in just a second. It should be really dark. Let me put some music on.